my point, I think, should be they don't know until the court gives instructions what's important, what's not. So, I mean, I've never been a juror. I've done mock trials and I've been a mock juror. But when you're spending a month and there's going to be hundreds of exhibits perhaps before we're done, if the jury doesn't at least have an idea of what's not important rather than going through each item, I'm asking that the court exercise some discretion to limit that type of testimony, because by the time this jury is done, they're going to be dealing with items. They have to go through everything. The court's going to instruct the jury, I assume. They have to review everything and make before they deliver, and how they do that is up to them. But they're going to obviously be some people want to go through every single item. We could be here. It could be a week before they even get to the point of saying, now we're going to start deliberating. That's my concern. After they get the case.
Well, the court is always interested in efficiency. However, just to use a musical analogy, if the state wants to use 4 quarter notes per bar instead of 1/8 notes or 16th notes, the court is not going to interfere with its style. However, if counsel for the state and the defense come to some agreement as to whether there would be objections if there were offers of exhibits that ran as a chain, the court would and certainly encourage counsel to discuss that.
Well, in that vein, Your Honor, I'll note that yesterday, Mr. McGinnis and I reached an agreement. There's that unrelated white, he can correct me if I'm misstating, the white T-shirt, the Hanes extra large white T-shirts that's shown in some of the photographs that was found in one of the trash barrels. The state and the defense are going to stipulate, I don't know if you wanted to do it in writing or just verbally, because we talked about it, that it has nothing to do with the case and we don't have to go further into it, that it was determined to be unrelated, however, which way we're going to phrase it. But we did that. That's only one item. We're dealing with dozens, if not scores of items that are ending up not having any evidentiary value. That's my concern.
Beginners.
Yes, Your Honor. Actually, speaking of agreements, I did prepare a stipulation with respect to some of the evidence which has been seized, which was shown to Attorney Schoenhorn yesterday. He requested a single amendment, which I made, and so I'm asking that he and Attorney Felsen review this and hopefully sign it so that we can begin publishing it to the jury forthwith. And I'm also giving him a copy of the proposed photographs that I'm going to be using with Ms. Roy today. He already has these photographs, Your Honor, but I'm giving him the specific ones that are going to be used.
Thank you. I'm going to need at some point, last night I did go through the draft that Mr. McGinnis gave me, so I'm going to need to chat to him about one of the items on this list. So before that is offered, I don't know if it's better if we do it now or we do it at the break. I don't know what Your Honor prefers.
Well, if we will not get to it before the break, the court would prefer that be discussed at the break.
As with the state, Your Honor, we do anticipate, however, and Attorney Manning's witness, so I certainly don't want to speak for her, but my understanding is that the next witness will be not terribly long, and so I don't think that she is going to be taking us to the first break. So we could discuss it now. I could go downstairs and perhaps make an amendment, but without having to bring the jury in and out.
How much time do you need, Attorney McGinnis?
I don't know what Attorney Schoenhorn's referring to, so.
May I just have a moment, Mr.
Yes.
McGinnis, now?
So, Judge, there were a set of keys which were identified as State Police Exhibit 502GG. You'll recall, Your Honor, I believe it was a week and a half ago that Attorney Manning attempted to introduce a physical copy of those keys. Now, the physical copy of the keys, the actual keys, were not it received as an exhibit by the court. The court excluded it, I believe, based on relevance grounds. However, a photograph of 502GG was displayed to the jury. 502GG was swabbed by the police department and went for forensic DNA testing. Ultimately, I don't think that there was any profile found on it, but I included it in the stipulation because it was tested. So it's unclear to the state whether or not the court was simply precluding the physical exhibit or whether or not the court was precluding any and all mention of 502GG. So if the court was precluding any and all reference to that, I can certainly take that out of the stipulation.
Well, the concern for the court at the time of the offer was that the officer who retrieved the keys gave no reason for retrieving the keys. So the court the court found that the keys themselves were not relevant. So at this point, as the representation is that there was no profile developed from the keys.
Correct.
There need be no discussion of the keys.
Yes, Judge. So with that, I can make that amendment very quickly. Would you like me to do that now?
Did you need to do it in writing or no?
These steps are in writing, and as I said, if that comes out, I'm prepared, along with Attorney Felsen, to sign the stipulation, so.
So would you have to go downstairs and basically amend the document?
It should take me 5.
Why don't we come back at, do you think you would be ready at 10:20?
I do, Judge.
Come back at 10:20. We'll take a recess.
All rise. This honorable Superior Court now stands in recess until 10:20. Please exit the courtroom.
Please be seated. Thank you.
All right, that's fine. Sure.
Attorney McGinnis, have you had an opportunity to allow Attorney Schoenhorn to review the stipulation?
I hasn't had a chance to review it yet, Your Honor, but it's just one paragraph being deleted, so.
Okay, I'll take him at his word, Your Honor.
Thank you. We can therefore bring in the jury, please. Would counsel stipulate, please?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We continue with the state's case.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state would call Sydney Streeter to the stand, please.
Will this be technical testimony?
No, sir.
Thank you.
Can you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and spell it for the record.
My name is Sydney Streeter, Sidnee. Streeter, Streeter.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Good morning, Ms. Streeter.
Good morning.
Ms. Streeter, in 2019, were you employed as a parenting supervisor?
Yes, I was.
What does a parenting supervisor do?
So my role is to monitor the interactions between the parent and the children to ensure that they're appropriate and to provide parenting skills when needed.
With respect to, well, can you describe some of your training and educational background that qualifies you to be a parenting supervisor?
Yes, I received my bachelor's degree in social work at Southern Connecticut State University. And then I received my master's in social work at Fordham University in New York. And I am also a licensed social worker.
Were you acting as a parenting supervisor to Photos Dulos on May 22nd, 2019?
Yes.
What were the specific requirements under the court order with respect to his visitation with his children that day?
I was to maintain a line of sight, and he was supposed to be within earshot of me. Photos was not allowed to be on Jennifer's property until the supervisor was present for the visit. He also was supposed to leave prior to the supervisor leaving at the end of the visit.
Was he allowed into her residence?
He was not allowed into the residence.
What do you say property? Do you mean 69 Wells?
Yes.
Have you ever supervised Photos Dulos with his children before that day?
No.
Do you know who did?
Yes, my supervisor,
And who is that?
Dennis Puebla.
For For May 22nd, 2019, what time was the visitation supposed to start?
3:30.
Was there a specific plan or itinerary for that day?
Yes.
Why was that?
It was a request from Jennifer.
Was there a requirement for an itinerary to be approved prior to every visitation, to your knowledge?
Yes.
And was the itinerary set for May 22nd, 2019?
Yes.
What was it?
They discussed going to Grace Farms to play basketball with the children, and then also to have cake with the children back at the home.
That would be only Fotis Dulos and the children, or would Jennifer be involved in this as well?
If she pleased.
Did she please? Was she involved at all?
No, she was not involved.
What time did you arrive at 69 Wells Lane?
About 3:25.
Who was present when you arrived?
Jennifer was present, and the children were present as well.
Where were they?
They were in the driveway playing basketball.
The children, how many children?
5.
Was this your first time meeting them?
Yes.
What were they doing?
They were playing basketball, their new basketball hoop.
Were the garage doors of the residents open when they were playing basketball when you arrived?
I don't recall.
Was Fotis Dulos on scene?
No.
Did you see him arrive?
Yes.
What was he driving?
Black Suburban.
What was his initial interaction with the children like?
Pretty friendly.
What did you observe about their interaction? What did they do?
They noticed that Fotis had a new haircut. They joked about it, and then they all jumped on him and rubbed his head.
Did he bring anything with him?
Yes.
What did he bring with him?
Food, candy, and cake.
How long was the visit supposed to last?
3 hours.
And were you supposed to and required to be there for the entire 3 hours
Yes.
in his line of sight, or he in your line of sight?
He in my line of sight.
And within earshot?
Yes.
So he was not allowed to have any unsupervised contact with these children during your time there that day?
No.
Now, you indicated he brought food?
Yes.
What food did he bring?
Bread and salad.
What did he do anything with the food when he first got there?
The food he kept in the trunk. However, with the cake, he did ask Jennifer if she could put it in the refrigerator.
What kind of cake was it?
I don't recall.
Did he give the cake to Jennifer?
Yes.
What did you watch Jennifer do?
She walked away with the cake
Did she come
into the
back?
home, and then she came back without the cake.
Do you know what she did with the cake?
I can't say.
Okay. Did you go in the house with her?
No.
Did you ever enter the house that day?
No.
When she came back out after bringing the cake inside, what happened next?
Jennifer wanted to confirm the itinerary for the day, and what time Fotis will be back from Grace Farms with the children.
Did he indicate a time he would be back with the children?
He said around 6:15 p.m.
Why that time?
I'm not sure.
You also mentioned, I think, was there any other food that he had?
He had candy. He had chocolate bunnies for the children.
And was there any interaction between him and Jennifer with respect to the candy?
Yes, when Fotis pulled out the chocolate bunnies and offered it to the children, Jennifer expressed that she eats chocolate every day. So Fotis said, maybe one of the children would like to sacrifice one of their chocolate bunnies for you. And he ripped off a piece of one of them and gave it to Jennifer.
Did you see her eat it?
I did.
Were their interaction at that time, how would you describe it?
It was pretty amicable.
Did they shake hands?
No,
Did they hug each other?
no,
Did they touch in any way?
no.
And was it the one chocolate he handed her and she ate? And that was it?
Yes,
Did you drive with them to Grace Farms?
yes.
And that was Fotis and how many children?
Three of the children, I believe.
And what is Grace Farms?
What is Grace Farms?
Yes, what kind of place is it?
It's like a recreational center.
Where is it?
I don't recall.
Is it in New Canaan?
Yes, I believe it's in New Canaan area.
What did you do at Grace Farms with Fotis and the children?
They just play basketball on the basketball court.
And what's your role at this time?
Just observing, assuring that the interactions are appropriate.
And at some point, did you return back to 69 Wells?
Yes,
Around what time did you return to 69 Wells?
around 6:20.
By the way, do you go in his car with the children?
Yes, I sit in the front passenger seat.
Okay. And maintain that line of sight?
Yes,
When you returned to 69 Wells, did you see Jennifer on the property?
I did not.
And what did Fotis and the children and yourself do after you returned to 69 Wells?
We prepared to eat at the picnic table
Where was the picnic table located?
in the backyard.
Did anybody enter the house at this time? Any of the children?
Yes,
Do you recall who entered the house?
Christiane.
Why did she enter the house?
Photos asked her to see if Jennifer wanted to join them to eat.
And was Jennifer on the property or on the house?
Christiane expressed that she was not.
And what about the food they had for dinner? Where did that come from?
So Photos brought the food with him and it was sitting in his trunk. And that's what they ate.
On the picnic table in the back
Yes.
patio?
Yes.
What about any plates or napkins or anything like that? Do you recall how that was set up?
He asked the children to bring stuff from out of the house.
And did they?
Yes.
Did he ever enter the house at any point while you were eating dinner?
No.
Did he ever leave your line of sight?
No.
What about the cake? Who was the cake for?
I don't recall.
And at some point, did you eat the cake?
Did I? No, I did
Okay,
not.
well, did the children and Fotis Dulos eat the cake?
Yes.
And how did the cake get from the house back to outside?
I don't recall.
Did Fotis go inside to get it?
No, he did not.
Did Jennifer come down and bring the cake out?
No, she did not.
Did one of the children?
I believe so.
Now, after dinner was completed, how did the items for dinner at the picnic table get cleaned up? Do you remember?
The children cleaned it.
Did Fotis do any of that?
He just gathered the things on the picnic table, but he did not bring anything inside.
And what did you do then?
What did we do then?
Yes, after the dinner was done, after the cake was done, was there still time left in his visitation?
Yes, and the children went back to the basketball hoop and began playing basketball again.
How many children at this point?
4.
When he went back and the children went back to playing basketball, did you maintain that line of sight?
Yes.
Were the garage doors open?
One of the garage doors was open.
Do you recall which garage door?
The garage door closest to the street.
Was there a vehicle inside that door, that
Yes.
garage bag?
Yes.
Do you know what vehicle it was?
I don't recall.
Did you see Jennifer at this point?
Yes.
Where did she come from?
I don't know.
Okay. Was she inside the residence?
She was near the garage.
She was near the
So I can
garage.
assume that's where she came from.
And did she interact with Fotis Dulos at that time?
No, her interaction was mostly with the children.
And with respect to their interaction with each other, at any point in the rest of the night prior to the visit being done, did Fotis and Jennifer ever touch?
Not
Ever
that I
shake
recall.
hands?
No.
Were they cordial with each other at that time?
Yes.
And at some point, did Fotis Dulos leave 69 Wells?
Yes.
Were you still present on the property when he left?
Yes.
Do you recall around what time that was?
A little after 7:37, closer to 7:40.
So just to be clear, this was the first time you had supervised the children and been there?
Yes,
Okay. And you did not see Fotis Dulos enter the house or the garage at any point during that interaction?
I did not.
Nothing further, thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Streeter.
Good morning.
My name is John Schoenhorn. I represent Michelle Troconis in this case. You don't know who she is, right?
No,
Never met her.
no, I have not.
So I understand that you have a master's in social work, correct?
Yes,
And you were on that occasion on May 22nd, 2019, acting as a parenting supervisor, correct?
yes,
Now, you also have your own social work practice now, correct?
I do not.
You do not. You work for other social workers who have their own practice.
Yes,
And in May of 2019, were you working for Dennis Puebla?
yes, I was, as an
And
independent contractor.
you were a contract employee with Mr. Puebla, correct?
Yes,
So you might have individuals that you would supervise specifically, correct?
Mhm.
Yeah, I think.
yes,
Just because everything's being taken down, they won't hear the mhm or a nod, okay? So that's why the way it works here is you have to say something verbally, okay? But and sometimes when Mr. Puebla was not available, you might fill in for him, correct?
this was the first time.
Well, it was the first time. Did you believe the withdrawn? In order to be able to effectively supervise, you would have to consult with Mr. Puebla about what's going on with the particular dynamic in the divorce case, right?
Not necessarily.
Were you at least given some general parameters about whether this was a generally friendly or a contentious divorce?
Objection, calls for hearsay.
It's not being
Well-
offered for the truth, it's being offered to how this witness would have then responded and interacted.
Well, the testimony on direct examination is that this witness conducted the supervision on May 22nd. There was no direct examination as to whether she was briefed on the background of the marriage or the pending divorce. So in this court's view, it's beyond the scope.
I believe the objection was hearsay. Was the court?
Well, if the state is claiming hearsay, that's overruled.
I would add beyond the scope as well, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Thank you.
Have you been involved as a parenting supervisor on other occasions?
Yes,
And could you explain to the jury, why is there a need for a parenting supervisor in a case?
Would object, Your Honor.
Well, the question really is, what does a parenting supervisor do? And that leads to the reasons parenting supervisors are used, so overruled.
You can answer the question.
can you repeat the question?
Yes, what is the role or purpose of a parenting supervisor in a case?
The role is to assure that the interactions between the parent and the children are appropriate.
Why is there,
Because-
according to whom?
According to my observations.
But what is the role, where is the need for the role of a parenting supervisor come from?
It was determined within court as a suggestion or request of a parent.
What kind of court proceeding would that involve?
Objection.
Beyond the scope, sustained.
Would this be in a custody court matter?
Objection.
Well, the defense is now trying to pry open a door that was not opened on direct. Sustained.
Does everybody need a parenting supervisor in their interaction?
Objection.
Well, the testimony so far is that at the request of a parent, a parenting supervisor may be required for visitation. So the question now is, does everyone need a parenting supervisor? The obvious answer is no, if there's no request of the parent.
So any parent can request a parenting supervisor on their own against a spouse or a other parent?
Objection.
Beyond the scope, sustained.
I just want to be clear. A parenting supervisor is a court-ordered position, isn't it?
Yes,
All right. And you received your bachelor's in social work, is that right?
yes,
As well as your master's in social work, right?
yes,
And you had that prior to May of 2019, correct?
yes,
As part of your job, as I understand your answer to the question, part of your instructions were to remain in line of sight of Mr. Dulos and the children at all times.
yes.
Where did that instruction come from?
That's a part of my role as a parenting supervisor.
And again, you're a licensed social worker. correct?
Yes,
And your job is to observe the interaction, right?
yes,
And as part of that, you have to prepare a report, correct?
Objection.
Well, what's the
Lack of
ground?
foundation with respect to the May 22nd. It's also outside the scope.
Well, the question is, do you prepare a report about what you observed on May 22nd or in any parenting supervision environment? Overruled.
yes. Documentation is required for all social work positions.
And that documentation is done very rapidly after the visitation, is that correct?
Yes,
And is that something you know is presented to the court?
not always.
But it's prepared as part of your job and as your business as a parenting supervisor, correct?
I am required to document my observations
And when you say required by what or whom?
from my supervisor
And how quickly would you have documented that?
within 24 hours.
And then that is presented and submitted to the supervisor, in this case, Mr. Puebla's office?
Yes,
Would it be part of your requirement that you be as accurate and as detailed as possible to document everything that you observe?
yes,
And is it part of your job then to prepare such a report?
yes.
Do you have a copy?
Sure.
Where's the rest of it? Let me just read it. Attorney Schuler? Oh, I'm objecting, yeah. I'm gonna object, but you can declare.
I'm going to show you this document marked as Q for identification. Can you tell us whether you recognize that document?
Yes, I recognize this document.
What is it?
This is my note that I submitted to my supervisor from May 22nd.
And that contains all the information regarding your observations of the interaction between Mr. Dulos and the children?
This is not all of it, but this is some of it.
There was more to it than that?
Yes.
I just have a moment, Your Honor. I'm gonna check on that. There's like another, what, part of a page?
I think it was 3 pages long.
Oh, okay. I'll have that checked in a second. Let me ask you some other questions in the interim. So you said that when Mr. Dulos arrived, the children were playing basketball. Is that correct?
Yes.
You observed them run over to their father when he drove in?
Yes.
And you indicated that he had sort of a short haircut at that point?
Yes.
And I think you testified just a few minutes ago, they were all like rubbing his head, like, could you just demonstrate what they were all doing?
Like literally just like rubbing his head.
All of them?
Yeah.
And we just letting them do that?
Yes.
And did they like or not like that haircut?
I can't completely say, but I can say that they were indifferent.
Okay, but they were certainly, there was hair there that they were all rubbing, right?
Yes.
Short hair,
Yes.
like a crew cut.
I don't
If you
know
know
what
what
a
a-
crew,
you don't
I don't
know
know
what
what
a
a
crew
crew
cut
cut is.
Okay. That's one of those, I don't think anybody gets those anymore. In any event, they then played basketball with their father, right?
Yes.
They were all laughing and having fun, right?
Yes.
And they were all playing with the basketball together.
Yes.
And the hoop was one of these basketball hoops that's installed in the driveway.
Yes.
And I'm just gonna ask if I could just step over here for a second. I'm gonna wait a moment. I'm having my tech person find an image to show you the basketball hoop. But in any event, the basketball hoop was in the driveway, correct?
Yes.
Sort of across from the garage doors, right?
Yes.
And they were all playing, including the younger children?
I don't recall.
But in any event, how many of the children did you observe playing?
At the start of the visit, all 5 of the children. At the start of the visit, 5.
Okay, and how long were they playing basketball?
Until they left for Grace Farms.
You did indicate, I believe, that at one point there was a chocolate cake that was taken out of the trunk of Mr. Dulos's vehicle, correct?
There was a cake. I do not recall if the cake was chocolate.
Okay.
One of the children asked if it were a chocolate cake.
And you don't recall what the answer was?
I don't recall what the answer was.
Was it in a box?
I don't recall what it was in.
Was it loose?
It was covered.
It was covered.
Yes.
And was that cake handed specifically to someone?
Yes.
And that was handed to Jennifer Dulos, right? Who took it?
Yes.
And did she take it into the house?
I believe so.
Do you see where she took it into the house?
No, I did not.
Did you see whether she went through the garage?
I don't recall.
After Miss Dulos took the cake into the house, did she say anything about one of the children and whether the child could go with them to Grace Park.
Yes.
What did she say?
She mentioned that one of the children had other activities and they would not be able to attend.
Was that a lacrosse game
I don't recall.
or a lacrosse practice?
I don't recall.
Would looking at your report assist you in refreshing your recollection on that point?
I know that there was a lacrosse practice at the end of the visit.
But you don't know if that was the activity that one of the children had that would preclude that child from going to Grace Park?
Correct.
Okay. And just for the record, I mean, I'm calling it Grace Park, it's Grace Farms, right?
Yes.
Is it still a park?
I have no idea.
When, did you go with them to Grace Farms?
Yes.
And what kind of activities are there?
I can't really say. We just focused on the basketball court.
There was a basketball court at the Grace Farms?
Yes, indoor.
I'm sorry, the
It
last,
was an indoor basketball court.
indoor. And did all the children participate in that activity?
Yes,
Now,
except
while,
for the one that
I
wasn't able
didn't mean to
to.
interrupt, except for the one that wasn't there.
Yeah.
Fair enough. When you observed the activity and the interaction between Mr. Dulos and his wife, you said it appeared cordial to you, correct?
Yes, amicable, yes.
Amicable, right? They were talking in a normal tone?
Yes,
They were conversing in what you'd consider on normal topics?
yes,
In a normal, they were interacting in a friendly manner?
I would say so.
In other words, it appeared to you they were getting along. Isn't that true?
Yes,
You did say that you were in the line of sight of Mr. Dulos at all times, correct?
correct.
How far away from him were you at all times?
Not far at all.
As far as you are from me or farther than that?
That was probably the largest distance.
So if I were to estimate that we're about maybe 10, 12 feet apart, would that be about the farthest you were ever away?
Yes,
So you were able to not only witness his interaction with others that afternoon, but also hear what he was saying, right?
yes,
And you were able to hear what the children were saying, right?
yes,
And what Jennifer Dulos was saying, right?
yes.
The children did get into his car, right?
Yes,
They went to Grace Farms
yes,
and then they came back in the car at about 6:15, am I correct?
around 6:20, yes.
You arrived at 4:30 that afternoon, right?
No,
What time did you arrive?
I arrived at 3:25.
3:25.
Sorry, 4:25.
4:25.
Sorry.
And Mr. Dulos, you said, came a little bit after that,
Yes,
that you observed.
yes, yes.
Okay. And in any event, there was, when they got back to the house, the children got out of the Suburban.
Yes,
That's Mr. Dulos's Suburban.
Yes.
Right? Chevy Suburban.
yes,
Mr. Dulos got out.
yes.
He had a pair of shoes for one of the children, right?
Are you referring to the beginning of the visit or when we came back from Grace Farms?
The question is, do you recall Mr. Dulos giving a gift to one of his children of a pair of shoes?
Yes,
And was that before or after being at Grace
before,
Farms? That was before.
before.
And just for the record, do you recall that this was some kind of special event or day for one of the children?
I believe it was around a birthday.
Was it, I'm not
Or some
that
type of
familiar with Greek
celebration.
Orthodox naming day, but was it actually was that the celebration, a naming day?
It could be.
Are you familiar with that tradition in the Greek culture of having naming day being the day your Greek saint is the name of their child?
I am not familiar with that.
Okay. But in any event, you do recall that child got a gift of shoes, right?
Yes,
And it was some kind of athletic shoes, was it not?
I believe it was a pair of Vans.
Vans, okay. And then the child put one on and was playing with two different kinds of shoes, right?
Yes,
You do remember that?
yes, I do.
You had mentioned also on direct, something about a chocolate Easter bunny. Do you remember that testimony a little bit ago?
I do.
So where did the Easter bunnies come from?
From Photos' car.
Do you also know that the Greek Easter or the Eastern Orthodox Easter is a different date than what I call on the Roman calendar?
Objection. Relevance.
Relevance, counsel.
It's only to set, it's just a little bit of leeway so that we can just set up the scenario why there would be chocolate Easter bunnies.
Well, the question could simply be, do you know the reason there would be chocolate Easter bunnies?
Do you know that the reason that there was chocolate Easter bunnies because it was the
Objection.
celebration of Greek Easter?
Well, the court is going to allow that question.
I do not.
Okay, but in any event, there were chocolate Easter bunnies for each of those children, right?
Yes,
And at that point, Jennifer Dulos was standing there, right?
yes,
And she said that she liked to eat chocolate every day. Isn't that what she said?
yes, she did.
And in response to that, Mr. Dulos in your earshot said, as I understand it, maybe one of the children would sacrifice their bunny for you, correct?
Correct.
And at that point, Mr. Dulos broke off a piece of the Easter bunny.
Yes,
Now, are these those tall chocolate Easter bunnies that are maybe, 8 or 10 inches tall that you can see at the supermarket at around Easter time?
yeah, I wouldn't say that they were 8 inches tall, but
6 inches? No,
Yeah,
they're
no.
not little tiny things.
yeah,
Right?
yes,
And you can break off the ears sometimes.
yes,
And you saw him do that, break off part of the Easter bunny.
I did.
And you saw him hand it to his wife, right?
Yes,
And you saw her take that chocolate in her hand, right?
yes,
And put it in her mouth.
yes,
You said that at some point, she then went back into the house, right?
yes.
Did you eat a chocolate Easter bunny? then?
I was not offered any.
You did or did not?
I was not offered any.
You were not offered. Were there not enough?
Objection.
I'll withdraw that question. In any event, there was some discussion between Mr. Dulos and wife about the placement of the basketball hoop, correct?
Yes,
And that he complimented her on the location of where it had been installed.
yes,
And he liked the fact that it had a safety shield behind it.
yes,
It's my understanding that when the children came back with Mr. Dulos, there had been apparently the Grace Farms had closed early because of the Memorial Day weekend. Is that correct?
I do not recall.
You remember the original plan was that they would have the picnic and the food that he had brought at the park.
That was not my understanding.
Well, where was it supposed to take place?
He was going to eat out of his trunk.
Eat out of the trunk of the Suburban.
Yes,
And at that point, Jennifer offered, why don't you use the picnic table on the back
yes,
deck, right? Or the back of the house, right?
yes,
It was her suggestion, right?
yes,
And I'm going to show you, you went there with them, correct?
yes.
I'm going to show you an image which I have to say, I don't remember which. It's been offered, it's a state's exhibit. I would have to go find it, which one it is, but I'm going to show you an image from the house and just see if you recognize the location. Could you turn on this one, please? I'll just identify what it is. It was early on in the case, and I'd have to go through my notes to find the specific state's exhibit. So it's exhibit 9, state's exhibit 9. you recognize that house being the 69 Wells Lane house that you acted as a supervisor on May 22, 2019?
Yes,
And although it's not in this image, and I was hoping it would be, the basketball hoop was off to the left, correct?
yes,
And that would be the hoop and the backboard would be facing the garage, correct?
yes,
And that's the garage you said you saw a black vehicle when the garage door was open, right?
I don't recall.
Well, I'm not asking about the specific garage door,
Okay.
but one of those garage doors was open, so you saw the vehicle in there, right?
Yes,
Okay. You don't remember what kind of vehicle it was, though?
some type of truck,
I couldn't hear you.
some type of truck. I don't recall exactly.
Some kind of a truck or SUV or
Yes,
something?
yes,
Okay. In any event, I'm going to have you observe a certain part of the backyard. This is the backyard of the house?
yes,
All right, I'm going to zoom in on a section there. Is this the table in the area where you observed where the outdoor picnic took place?
yes,
Were chairs brought out so there were enough seats for all the children and Mr. Dulos? And you?
there were enough seats.
There were. In order to, and Mr. Dulos, I believe, brought, did he bring a salad?
Yes,
Did he bring other food?
salad and bread.
And bread? Was this when you say a salad, was it like a big salad with lots of stuff in it?
Yes,
Did you have any of that?
I did not.
Were you offered any of it?
Yes,
Okay, you didn't want any of it.
no, I did not.
The children ate on plates, isn't that right?
I do not recall.
The children used utensils, correct?
Yes,
One or more of the children went in to get those utensils, right?
yes,
And did they bring out drinks or cups or anything so they could have something to drink?
I don't recall.
They weren't just drinking bottles of pop or soda, were they?
I don't recall what they were drinking.
Okay. How long was the festivities, the meal part of this visit? Do you recall?
Not specifically.
Was it true, though, that about 6:15 is when they came back and ate with the children?
Yes,
And that the children ate rather with Mr. Dulos? Is that
yes,
correct? And the event itself, that is the visit ended around 7:30, is that right?
a little after 7:30.
And you watched Mr. Dulos leave
Yes,
and you left immediately after that?
yes,
The entire interaction between Mr. Dulos and his wife was cordial as far as you observed, correct?
yes,
And they talked in a normal tone?
yes,
You indicated that you thought at one point Miss Dulos had to leave for an event for one of the children, is that correct?
yeah. She had to bring one of the children to lacrosse.
She had to
practice.
bring the child to lacrosse. Did you happen to note the time she left or not?
It is noted in the rest of my note.
Okay, you don't have that in
That's
front
not
of you.
here.
Okay, you don't recall,
I don't recall.
but you do recall that she did come back at some point, right?
Yes,
At no point while Miss Dulos was there, did he ask to go in the house for any reason?
no, he did not.
At no point after she departed, did he seek or ask to go in for any reason? right?
No,
You didn't see him walking around the property away from the children, into looking at windows and stuff?
no,
There was normal conversation with the children about what they were doing in school, right?
yes,
What they were learning in school.
yes,
right? There was talk about water skiing,
yes,
and the kids were asking what they would get to do on the weekend, right?
yes.
You knew that there was a plan that he was going to have the children on the weekend, right?
I did not.
You did not know.
No,
Did you know that was any discussion about what they were going to do in your presence?
not that I recall.
Okay. So I just have a moment. I just need a moment, Your Honor. For Your Honor's edification, I found the full report and I'm just getting it downloaded and printed so that we don't have to. Could I just have that document back, please, for a second?
Yes, you may.
The wonders of modern technology, Ms. Streeter. I'm going to now hand you back Exhibit Q and see if this is the complete report that you indicated that you had.
Yes, this is the full report.
And includes all the details of your visit as required by your assignment and your job.
Yes.
I'm going to offer it, Your Honor. All 3 pages as a full exhibit.
Your Honor, I'm assuming counsel, based on counsel's questions, he's offering it as a business record.
Yes.
The state has no objection based on that representation.
And what would be the letter, please?
Q, I believe. Is that exhibit Q? No, it's part of the same exhibit. It's just pages 2 and 3 of the same exhibit.
So we
Well-
put them all together?
Well, it's easier for the clerk to have 2 exhibit letters, correct? Q and R?
Well, if we just take it off and fix it.
Well, let me, if I could just have it to show the clerk how I stapled it. We can. It's 3 pages. It's okay this way.
Yeah, it's good.
What is the letter?
Q.
Defense Q admitted as a full exhibit.
And I'm just going to show the jury, this is your 3-page, I'll just stand here and make it easier. This is a 3-page report, correct?
Yes.
All right, and the last page does have your typed name at the bottom, correct?
Yes.
And it also mentions Dennis Fradler below. Did he have to co-sign?
Yes.
He did, okay. As the supervisor.
Yes.
So I just have a few more questions then. After they finished eating, did somebody bust the table and clean up?
Yes.
They bring whatever was left over into the house?
Yes.
They brought all the utensils into the house?
Yes.
Mr. Dulos did not go into the house, correct?
Correct.
The children brought everything in, right?
Yes.
By the way, did you see any other adults there besides Mr. Dulos and Miss Dulos and yourself?
I did not. I did not.
Incidentally, because I didn't ask that specific question, Green's Farm closed at 6 that night, correct?
I am not sure.
You don't recall?
I do not.
If I show you your report again, might it refresh your recollection on that point?
It may.
I'll just ask you to, may I approach, Judge?
Yes.
I'll just ask you to look at the last sentence last line rather, on page 2 of the first paragraph, and see if that refreshes your recollection.
Yes.
Okay. And what time then, did that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
What time did the park close?
6 p.m.
And you said that they then at 6:15 were back at 69 Wells Lane, correct?
Yes.
There was also some discussion, you said salad, there was also bread, I think. You
Well,
mentioned.
counsel, before you proceed,
Yes.
the state has elected not to object, but where is this going?
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
We've heard about salad 3 times. Where is this going?
I'm asking about other things that were being eaten.
It's already in evidence, counsel, as a full exhibit. Are you going to go through every line of the document?
Well, I was certainly going to go through some of it. Yes, Your Honor.
You can proceed.
There was bread that was eaten, correct?
Correct.
It was passed around, right?
Yes.
Then there was the cake. Somebody went in and brought the cake out, correct?
Yes.
Cake was cut up and shared among the children
Yes.
and Mr. Dulos?
Yes.
Were you offered a piece of cake?
I don't recall.
Did you have one?
No, I did
You
not.
did not. Okay. In any event, they were playing like word games and stuff as well at the table.
Yes.
And at one point, I think you testified on direct, Ms. Dulos came back out onto the back patio. Isn't that right? Around 7:07?
707, yes.
And that's noted in your report, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Dulos told his wife that he was going to leave half the cake for the children and the one daughter that was having her name day or birthday, right?
I wouldn't specifically say half the cake, but he did leave cake and a candle for the
And a
one child.
candle. And did
That
he
was not-
hand that to his wife?
I don't recall.
He may have given it to her to bring into the house?
No, I believe that was given to the children to bring into the house.
It was given to the children, okay.
He just mentioned that it was there for her.
He mentioned to the wife that he was going to give that.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you did note in your report that Mr. Dulos helped some of the children pack up and put stuff away, the food and the cake, right?
Yes.
Could you just describe what he did?
Put the utensils together, anything that was trash, put that all in a bag.
And where did all that go?
The children brought it into the home.
Into the house?
Yes.
Okay. Was the door open the whole time, or was there a door that somebody had to open and close to get in?
A door someone had to open and close.
Was basketball played again after the dinner?
Yes.
Did Mr. Dulos participate at all at that point?
Yes, towards the end.
He took a phone call at one point though, didn't he?
Yes.
But he took that away from the children, isn't that true?
No.
He did that while in front of the children?
Yes.
Okay. Before he left, did you observe whether there was any physical interaction between him and his children before he finished the visit?
Yes.
They hugged?
Yes.
He kissed
He kissed
his
the girls.
children? And they hugged and kissed him?
Yes.
Just have a moment. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Just briefly, Your Honor, if I may. Mr. do you follow a line of questions regarding Fotis Dulos' interactions primarily with Jennifer? You recall Attorney Schoenhorn asking you about their interactions?
Yes.
Okay, and you, I think, indicated that they were friendly with each other.
Yes.
In fact, Mr. Dulos was complimentary of her that day, wasn't he?
Yes.
And he indicated that he was, he stated, let's see, it was nice hoop with the basketball and was very, I guess, approving of things that she's done. Would you say that?
In regards to the basketball hoop, yes.
And he gave her candy, asked her if he can eat there instead of eating out of the car. Would you say that interaction was very friendly as well?
Yes,
And were you aware that he actually arrived an hour early?
Objection, hearsay.
It's in the report, Your Honor. I'm actually just reading off of counsel's report.
All right, I withdraw the objection.
yes, I was aware.
And then he left though and came back. Is that right?
Yes.
And so he wasn't on the property when you weren't there, at least to your knowledge.
Except for when he showed up at 3:30.
And you weren't there at 3:30 though?
I was
were you?
not.
Okay, so you didn't see that?
I did not.
Okay, so you didn't see that?
I did not.
Now, even later when they were having cake and the council directed you to page 2, the bottom half of your statement, in the conversation about the cake and he left, he even offered Jennifer half the cake for the child. And would you say that interaction was very friendly as well?
Yes,
Okay. And most of these interactions were instituted by Mr. Dulos, right?
yes,
Where he would offer a chocolate bunny, or he would offer the cake, and he would offer the advice on the basketball hoop to Jennifer Dulos. Is that correct?
that is correct.
Okay, so that day on May 22nd, Wednesday, when he arrived, he was, every interaction that he instituted with Miss Jennifer Farber Dulos, he was very friendly with her. Is that
Yes.
correct? Thank you. Nothing further.
You just indicated you were told that he had arrived early for his visit with the kids, correct?
Yes,
But you also knew that he had left because he was early, right?
yes,
But you also knew that there had been amicable, friendly visitations just prior to that, correct?
yes.
No further questions.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Mr. Streeter, you may step down. Ladies and gentlemen, we will stand in our morning recess until 11:40. Please do not discuss the case.
All rise. This honorable Superior Court now stands in recess. You may exit the courtroom. Good morning, Your Honor.
Judge, I just want to note, I was just informed by Mr. McGinnis that the next witness has a substantial amount of notes that she prepared for this, for her testimony, which the state didn't previously have, so they didn't provide to me. I may need a break before I do my cross-examination. I don't know if the state's going to go till 1, and I'll try and use the lunch time to go through it. I'm just indicating to the court, this is something I don't think Mr. McGinnis knew.
It is, Judge. So I spoke with Ms. Roy this morning. She brought sort of her own sort of handwritten notes or what have you for these types of things. She's a professional witness. She's been doing this for a long time. She just wants it with her on the stand so that if she needs to refresh her recollection or refer to something. I understand that counsel obviously is entitled to inspect whatever he wants, but I just note, Judge, that she is a professional witness. She's been doing this for a long time. I don't think that there's anything nefarious about these notes, in other words. So
That's not the point. The point is there might be something helpful in there that I might want to use.
Well, if counsel can read the notes, in other words, they may not be in prose form. They may be in symbols. The court does not know.
I can say this, Your Honor. I've looked at a number of Ms. Roy's handwriting. It's certainly better than mine, and I can read it. And I'm somewhat knowledgeable about this area, having, not an expert, but I've handled these type of matters before. So I might be able, just during the lunch break, to be able to bring myself up to speed by looking through them. I sort of know what I would be looking for and what would be unnecessary. I just want to make sure I can flip through it quickly.
Thank you. Are we ready to bring the jury in?
yes, Judge.
And Attorney McGinnis, before you begin to inquire, the court is just going to indicate to the witness that there are interpreters and the information is technical. So the interpreter is going to be a few words behind the witness. And as a result, we would ask the witness to speak in a moderate tempo.
Yes, sir.
Would counsel stipulate, please?
Yes, Judge.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Christine Roy.
If you could please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Please state your name and spell it for the record.
Christine Roy, R-O-Y.
Ms. Roy, you may be seated.
Thank you.
Ms. Roy, the court will, you may be seated.
Oh, okay.
The court would just point out, to your left, you will hear an interpreter. The court understands that this testimony will be technical, and the interpreter will be a few words behind your words, but fairly simultaneous. So we would ask that you would speak in a moderate tempo.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Ms. Roy, I want to direct your attention now to May and June of 2019. Were you working at the Connecticut State Forensic Laboratory?
Yes, I was.
Have you since retired?
Yes, I have.
When did you retire?
The end of 2021.
What was your position at the state laboratory prior to retirement?
Forensic Science Examiner 1.
And what is your educational and training background in forensic science?
I have a Bachelor of Art degree in biology from Gettysburg College, and I have a Master of Science degree in forensic science from John Jay College.
What particular department of the state laboratory were you a part of when you retired?
I was part of the forensic biology DNA section. Particularly, I was then working in the forensic biology unit
How many years did you work at the state laboratory?
for about 21 years.
Were you always in the same position?
I always was a forensic science examiner 1, but I also worked in the DNA unit of the forensic biology DNA section. So I had duties in both units until about 2015, when I requested to just work in forensic biology unit.
What does the forensic biology unit do?
It examines physical evidence for the presence of physiological fluids such as blood, semen, and saliva. We do testing on stains, and then we send samples or the stain to DNA for further testing. We also collect other materials from the evidence for DNA testing, and we write out notes, which then we will sometimes write into reports, and then we sometimes have to come and testify on those reports. Addition to that, I was also the forensic biology training coordinator for a while.
And you mentioned that sometimes you have to testify. How many times approximately would you say you've testified in court with respect to your duties at the state laboratory?
About 75 to 80 times.
Does the state laboratory receive evidence from law enforcement agencies throughout the state?
Yes, it does.
When evidence is submitted to the laboratory from an agency, what happens to it?
It enters through evidence receiving, where it gets logged in, and if a case has not already started, it starts a case, and everything is tracked through a computer system, which is called LIMS, Justice Track. And they assign a case number, and then the evidence is given a submission number, and then depending on the request by the submitting agency, different sections in the laboratory are notified.
When a piece of evidence comes to the state laboratory, it often or almost always has a police or law enforcement agency exhibit number that's associated with it, correct?
Correct.
However, the laboratory gives it its own unique number under a case number that the laboratory generates, correct?
Correct.
And is the state laboratory a secure facility?
Yes, it is.
I want to direct your attention now to laboratory case number 19002984. Did you perform analysis under that particular case number?
Yes, I did.
And you indicated that you've since retired at the end of May 2021. Are you being compensated for your time here?
I retired at the end of the year of 2021, and yes, I am getting financially compensated.
All of the items that you analyzed, however, were analyzed while you were an employee at the state laboratory. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you share the responsibilities of that case number with anyone else in the forensic biology department?
Yes, I did.
Who was that?
Anita Valones.
Can you tell us first about laboratory protocol and precautions taken by you to prevent the contamination and destruction of evidence at the laboratory?
Well, to begin with, we document the packaging. So we take photos or photocopy it, and then we write out worksheets where we also document packaging. And then we have a work area, and we clean that work area with bleach, and then we line it with fresh paper. And while we're working in the lab, I would wear a lab coat, protective sleeves, which were disposable, gloves, which are disposable, a hair covering, and a mask. That was all to protect the evidence, the integrity of the evidence.
And when you receive a piece of evidence, can you walk the jury through sort of your general process in terms of what you do with it initially, what you're looking for, and the additional steps that you take depending on the kind of evidence?
Sure, we do get some information about the case. Usually it comes with a request for examination. And so we know what type of case it is. And so the first thing would be documenting the packaging. And then when I'm all ready to start my work, opening the packaging, documenting what's in there with photos. And then I would look to see if I'm looking for a specific physiological fluid, what do I see? I'd make notes on my worksheets. The condition of the item is also noted on my worksheets and also photographed. And then I would start my testing and documentation of those tests. And then if appropriate, I would take samples and send them to DNA. And if possible, I would retain some of the sample in the laboratory. And I also would collect trace materials. Trace materials are something that's not the original part of the item. So that would be hair-like fibers, colored fibers, plant material, mineral matter, which is what we refer to as the soil, or little rocks or pebbles, anything like that we would collect. If, depending on the case, we either repackage it and return it to the original packaging, or we retain it at the laboratory.
And have you provided the state with a copy of your curriculum vitae?
Yes, I did.
Judge, I move exhibit 105 in as a full exhibit without objection. It's Ms. Roy's curriculum vitae.
105 admitted as full.
You mentioned that you sometimes send things to DNA for further analysis. Is that correct?
Correct.
What is DNA?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. It's the genetic material that we all have that determines who we are as a human being and as an individual.
And are you familiar with the term touch or trace DNA?
Yes, I am.
What does that mean?
So touch DNA, if to give an example, would be the biological material left behind on the object. So say if somebody drops a pen at a crime scene and it's submitted to the lab, that crime may not involve any kind of physiological fluid. So what I would do was moisten a sterile swab with water and then swab the surface of that pen, collecting any biological material that was there. Then I let the swab dry and cut the swab off, place it in a tube, label the tube, and then that tube goes into a little plastic bag that again is labeled, and then I heat seal it, initial it, and then it would be available for DNA testing. So that's basically touch DNA, is the biological material that could be left behind on an item.
And that biological material that can be left behind on an item, that includes something known as epithelial cells. Is that correct?
Correct. That could include the epithelial cells that you shed from your skin.
And has there been research on the term shedder?
Yes.
What does that mean?
There's been research that looked into, like, some people are what they call high shedders, that their skin just naturally flakes off more. And then, so it's like the nature of a person's skin, plus how they handle something, plus the texture of the item, how long it's been handled. All of those things can affect how much biological material a person might leave behind.
And you've mentioned that in order to take a sample for eventual DNA testing, you have to moisten a sterile swab and apply it to the area that you're looking to test. Is that correct?
Correct. That's if we're collecting touch DNA, that's how I would go about it. Sometimes to collect stains, we also do that. We moisten a swab with sterile water, and then we swab that area, collect the stain or the area we want to collect on that swab. The swab is then put in a cabinet to dry. And then when it's dry, we cut the swab off and again, put it in a tube that's labeled.
And in fact, sometimes you'll actually cut a piece of the object itself off depending on what it is. So just for example, if you had, say, a shirt that appeared to have a blood-like substance on it, you might actually just cut a piece of the shirt and put that in the swab for DNA testing. Is that fair?
That's correct. Something like a hammer, of course, I couldn't cut out a piece of the hammer. So if I wanted to collect a stain on it, I would have to do the swabbing method.
Now, there's a lot of exhibit numbers in this case, and the laboratory, I think you indicated, also gives their own submission number. I want to talk to you, though, about when you do a swab or you take a piece of trace evidence from a particular object that you're analyzing, that actually gets a sub-item number. Is that correct?
Yes, it does. So there's a couple of things that can happen when you get evidence in a bag. If there's multiple pieces of evidence in a bag, then say the submission number is 5, then one item gets 5-1, a second item would get 5-2, the third item 5-3. Now, when I go to examine 5-1, my samples would be 5-1S1, 5-1S2, 5-1S3. So that's how the numbering system goes. Now, additionally, we don't use this numbering system anymore in the laboratory, but at the time I was doing this examination, I was using it. The latent print examiner, even if there's one item in the submission bag, they will sub-item it as 5-1. So it can be a little confusing if you're not used to the system.
But the items that you swabbed or took would have been identified by an S in front of it. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the S stood for serology, not sample. Is that correct?
Correct. Yeah, the traditional serology.
And serology is what?
Serology is when they used to do blood typing and all those it's the traditional name for forensic biology, serology.
And approximately in your career, I believe you indicated 21 years at the state laboratory. How many pieces of evidence have you analyzed over the years?
Oh, thousands.
And approximately how many swabbings of evidence have you taken over the years?
Oh, well over hundreds of swabbings I've taken, yes.
Now, are there times where you simply document the evidence or even take a swabbing or something off the object as trace evidence and it does not get forwarded to a different department of the laboratory?
I'm not sure I understand that question.
In other words, not everything that you ultimately swab or take from an object and retain does get forwarded to DNA, for example.
That's correct.
And who makes the decision whether or not to forward something?
It can be myself as the analyst understanding the case, or sometimes when it gets to case management, they might know more information, or they may just be wanting to send one group of samples first and then wait to see what the results are before they send all of the samples that I've picked out for DNA testing. So and then I might find out some information later on and then send something that I was not planning on sending.
Now, in this particular case, under the particular case number that we've already referenced, there were actually a number of swabbings that were submitted directly by the state police. Is that correct?
That's correct.
In other words, swabbings that you did not take at the laboratory yourself. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. we got evidence on this case from 3 submitting agencies.
Now, when a swabbing comes into the laboratory, how is it processed?
Again, we document the packaging, we document any kind of internal labeling that's on the packaging. Sometimes the swabs come in boxes, sometimes they come in paper, thin paper, little like packet envelopes. And we document any writing that might be on those swab boxes or little envelopes. And then we would make a note of how many swabs are there and what color the swabs are present, what coloring is on the swabs. And then we would choose, depending on the information we have, to do our own testing or just cut them off and send them to DNA or retain them.
Now, you mentioned that you make a decision whether or not to do your own testing with the swab. I want to talk to you about when a swabbing comes into the state laboratory and it indicates that it has already been tested, specifically the acronym KM+. Are you familiar with that acronym?
Yes, I am.
What does that stand for?
One of the screening tests for blood that we use in the laboratory is called the Kastle-Meyer test. And if it is positive, it indicates the presence of blood. So the plus sign indicates that they got a positive result.
And when a swabbing comes in with a KM positive result, or even a KM negative result for that matter, does the laboratory test those swabs again for blood?
No,
Can you just explain to the jury why not?
because we want to be conservative on the sample that we're given. And if someone's already done a test, we do not repeat that test and therefore use up some of the sample that's being submitted. So that would, be kind of wasteful of that precious evidentiary sample that we're getting.
Now, the police department occasionally calls these presumptive blood tests. However, the state laboratory uses a different term. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You call it a screening test.
Yes, we call it a screening test.
And you mentioned the Kastle-Meyer test already. Are there any other screening tests that the state laboratory uses?
We use a second test. It's called O-toluidine, and it is similar to the Kastle-Meyer, except that it is more sensitive than the Kastle-Meyer test. The reason that we don't use it routinely is because it contains a carcinogen. So therefore, we reserve it for samples that maybe there isn't a lot present, or we know it could have been a compromised area that was collected. So, and we have to do that test under a venting chemical hood. So even though it's more sensitive, we reserve that test not to do for every blood stain that we see.
And to be clear, that's also just a simple screening test. It is not a confirmatory test, correct?
That's true. It is, if positive result, it indicates the presence of blood.
And have you had training in administering those particular tests, the Kastle-Meyer and this-
O-toluidine?
Yes.
Yes, I have.
And were you required to also get recertified in those tests?
It's not called recertified, but twice a year I had to take a proficiency test.
Proficiency.
And those proficiency tests contain stains with physiological fluids. So besides using the screening test and the confirmatory test for human blood, I also had to do, if appropriate, testing for semen and saliva, depending on the case scenario and what the stains look like, obviously.
So there are confirmatory tests that can be done at the laboratory to verify whether or not a particular substance has human blood present. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And just briefly, what tests are those?
We have a test, it's an immunological test. It's very similar to what we used for COVID. That if it's positive, you get 2 bands, and if it's negative, just the test band shows up, just the control band shows up, and the test band doesn't show up. So the first one we use is a test that detects glycophorin A, which is a protein on the red blood cells of human red blood cells. So if that test is positive, then we can conclude that human blood is present. The second test we have, which is more sensitive than the glycophorin A test, is called the hemotrace test, which detects human hemoglobin. So that also works in a similar fashion as the COVID test, with the 2 bands for positive, and if there's no line at the test site, then it's negative. Now, that test is not as specific as the glycophorin A test. It's been shown that the hemotrace test will cross-react with ferret blood and higher primates like orangutans. So therefore, if it's positive, we say human blood indicated. Now, it does confirm the presence of blood, but we have to say human blood indicated because it cross-reacts with those other species.
Now, you personally actually handled all of the swabbings that were submitted by the law enforcement agencies in this particular case. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Was there ever a test? Let me ask it this way. Of all the swabs that were submitted in this case by law enforcement agencies indicating a KM positive result, there was never a test done which proved that there wasn't blood on those swabs. Is that correct?
Are you?
I'm going to object to the vagueness of that question.
Well, it was
It's a
more
double negative.
complex than vague.
In other words, swabbings came in as KM positive. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And there was never any test done which refuted the KM positive result. Is that true?
That's true. Anything that was shown on the packaging or information I had that said KM positive, I did not go ahead and redo the screening test for blood on that sample.
Now,
So I'm going to object. You said that to refute as opposed to not
Right.
confirm, I think
Right.
is the.
The question concerned essentially the inference of the question was that there was some other analysis performed in addition to the KM test. But the response from Ms. Roy is that if it came in KM positive, no other analysis was conducted.
that's correct, Judge.
So the testimony is that once the KM positive indication was reviewed, no further testing was done.
That's correct, Judge.
Thank you.
Now, did you perform any confirmatory blood tests in this case?
Yes, I did.
And what items did you perform confirmatory blood tests on?
I did the glycophorin A test, which if positive says human blood is present on a stain that I removed from a striped shirt. And I did the glycophorin A test on a sample that I had removed from the bra. And then I did the hemotrace test on a sample of reddish brown stain that was collected off of some trace material that was I collected from a poncho.
Your Honor, at this time, I have what has been marked as State's Exhibit 103. It is a joint stipulation between the parties. I'd ask to move it in and publish a portion of it.
Any objection?
No, but I just have a moment, counsel. Oh, just now. Yeah. I have no objection.
States 103 admitted as full.
So, Your Honor, as I indicated, this is a joint stipulation between the parties, specifically paragraph 12, and I'll just publish that to the jury. State Police Exhibit 502U seized from Hartford by Sergeant Kevin Dugan on May 31st, 2019, and identified as one black plastic garbage bag tied in a knot containing a shirt and bra with a blood-like substance. With a blood-like substance contained within State Police Exhibit 502, seized from the scene, corner of Albany Avenue and Green Street, Hartford, Connecticut, was subsequently submitted to the Division of Scientific Services and designated as submission number 41. Ms. Roy, are there gloves available to you?
Oh, yes.
And if I could just retrieve States Exhibits 60 and 61. Just for the record, Your Honor, I'm approaching with what has been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 61, full exhibit. It's the shirt.
Thank you.
Ms. Roy, could you just familiarize yourself with this exhibit and just tell the jury what it is?
This is marked submission 41-1 shirt. And I can see that because I wrote 41-1 shirt and my initials CMR.
And I believe you indicated that when an item comes to the laboratory, it gets its own submission number. The shirt submission number was 41-1. Is that correct?
The shirt was contained in submission 41. There was multiple items in that submission, so it was itemized as 41-1.
Right, and the item it was in was a box, is that correct? And the box got designated as 41?
I don't recall the original packaging. I could look it up.
No, that's okay. Would you mind just opening this up? Perhaps maybe, would you like to set down?
Sorry,
Would it be okay if she?
that's fine.
So just a couple of preliminary questions before we open the bag. Firstly, when you received this particular item, did you document its condition?
Yes, I did.
And was there any damage to the shirt that you observed?
Yes, there was.
What type of damage?
We call it, when we see damage, we call it area of damage because I'm not an expert in fabrics. So I don't know if it's cut or torn. So we just refer to it as a general statement as area of damage. And the area of damage that I noticed in this shirt when I received it was that there was an area of damage going from the neck opening down the front to the bottom opening of the shirt.
Would you mind just taking the shirt out of the bag and just displaying it for the jury to show us the damage that you noted?
Can I lay this?
Certainly, certainly. Just for the record, Judge, she's holding up what's been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 61, and for the record, she is displaying what appears to be the front of the shirt to the jury. Is that correct, Ms. Roy?
Yes, and here's my initials on the shirt, CNR.
And do you typically initial an object if you're able to designate that you yourself worked on it?
If I'm able to, yes.
All right. And would you mind just displaying 61 to the jury and just telling us where the area of damage is?
It's right down the front.
Okay.
And this area right here is where I took my sample. So that's not the area of damage that came with the shirt.
Okay, and just for the record, when you say this area right here, you're referring to a defect on the left side of the shirt, which appears to be a hole. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the defect was something that you did to the shirt. Is that right?
Correct. When I took my sample, I took my cutting from right there.
Okay. And when you took your cutting, what were the steps that you took with that particular cutting?
I tested this area first with the chemical screening test for blood, and it was positive. And then I took a sample right here. First I photographed the shirt, and then I photographed this area. Then I photographed it where I took my cutting. I photographed the cutting, and then I photographed the portion that I was sending to DNA.
And did you eventually also do a confirmatory blood test on that particular sample?
Yes, I did the glycophorin A test, and it was positive. So therefore, I could say human blood was detected.
Thank you. Just repackage. Would you mind just staying with me, Ms. Roy, for just a moment?
Okay, I'm just going to change my gloves.
Oh, certainly.
Thank you.
Judge, just for the record, I'm holding State's Exhibit 62, which is also part of submission number 41. And this is a bra. I'm just going to ask that you remove State 62 from its packaging and just display it for the jury. And
This would be how it would be worn typically.
And just for the record, Ms. Roy, you are holding together two pieces of one bra at the center front of the bra. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so this bra, similar to the shirt, was damaged when you received it. Is that right?
Yes, there was this area of damage right between the two cup areas.
Did you perform any screening or confirmatory tests on this particular object?
Yes, I tested an area right here, which is missing, with the screening test for blood. It was positive. So then I went through the same routine I did with the shirt. I did a cutting right here and then photographed the portion that I was sending to DNA. And then later on, there was a request for a confirmatory test for blood. So I did on a small portion of the retained stain.
And just so the record, Ms. Roy, the portion that you tested, you're directing jury to the right side of the bra. There appears to be a piece of the fabric missing. Is that the area that you're referring to?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
And it was received clipped in the back. It was received like this.
Attorney 61 and 62. All right, this time, I would just ask for permission to be able to remain seated while I display some photographs. It's just a little easier for me to see. Is that okay?
Yes.
And Your Honor, I have what has been pre-marked for identification as State's Exhibit 109. It's a DVD-R labeled Christine Roy, and I would move that in as an exhibit at this time, as a full exhibit.
No objection. There was a stipulation, but I don't know if we're gonna, when you want to do it, there's contingent on a certain stipulation at the appropriate moment.
Thank you. 109 admitted as full. States 109 admitted as full.
And then there's also 109A, which are thumbnails of the photographs on that disc. I would move those in as well, again, subject to the stipulation.
No objection to that.
States 109A admitted as full.
Your Honor, just for the record, I am going to be opening a subfolder inside of State's Exhibit 109 entitled State Police Exhibit 502U and Submission 41, Lab Submission 41.
Your Honor, could I refer to my notes?
Yes, if you need to, as to refresh your recollection, certainly.
Thank you.
Now, Ms. Roy, I believe you indicated that one of your processes at the state laboratory is to photograph evidence as well. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the items that we just saw, specifically State's Exhibit 61 and 62, which are your item numbers 41-1 and 41-2, did you photograph those?
Yes, I did.
And Ms. Roy, I just want to ask, is the computer screen in front of you on?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Your Honor, within that folder is a photograph entitled Lab 41.1 Exterior Front. I'm just going to display that now. Ms. Roy, is this the item that we just viewed in court?
Yes, it is.
And can you just explain to the jury the documentation on this photograph and sort of what we're looking at?
Sure. In the upper right-hand corner, is where the case number, the item number, my initials, and then it tells me that that's the exterior front.
And I see on this photograph, there's a notation 41S1 KM positive. What does that denote?
That means that's where the item was taken. This is before the item was taken, but it's an overall picture, so that's why I'm indicating on it where I did take the cutting 41-1S1. KM is the screening test that I used. It was positive. And then I have a notation that there are additional photographs of that area.
And do you recall whether or not this photograph was taken before or after you had taken the sample from the shirt?
It was taken before.
In that same folder, lab 41.1 exterior back. Is this a reverse of that shirt? In other words, this is the back of the shirt?
Yes, that's the exterior back of the shirt.
You mentioned earlier that you actually cut a portion of the shirt. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And was that also photographed?
Yes, it was.
I'm displaying lab 41.1S1. Is this the cutting that you took?
That's the photo of the cutting after I removed the sample for DNA. And then that's the top photo. And then the bottom photo shows the portion that I cut from it to do the confirmatory test for human blood.
So in other words, one of these went to DNA and the other one was used by you to confirm whether or not it was human blood?
These photos does not show the portion that I sent to DNA.
Understood. The bottom piece here, which is circled, that's what went for confirmatory DNA testing. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Or excuse me, not confirmatory DNA testing, confirmatory human blood testing.
That's correct.
And I'm just displaying within that same folder a photo entitled 41.2 exterior front. Can you just tell the jury what we're looking at here?
That's the right and left side of the exterior front of the bra.
And are there any areas of damage which are noted here?
Yes, there's the edge that is shown in the left side, and then the edge that's shown in the right side.
Okay, and just for the record, when you're referring to the edge on the left-hand side of the photo, there appear to be some metal prongs touching the end of the bra. Is that where the damage is located?
Yes.
And then photo lab 41.2 exterior right chest area. Can you just indicate what this photograph shows?
That shows the area where I took the cutting from, the actual cutting. Then it shows the bra after I took the cutting. And then it shows the piece that I retained, 41-2S1, and 41-2S1 asterisk was the portion that I sent to DNA. And then the lower right photo shows that the exterior back as received. So it shows that it was clipped together, and then where I put my initials.
And so was one of these cuttings ultimately tested for confirmatory blood?
Yes, the retained portion 41-2S1, a portion of that was used to run the test that confirmed human blood was present.
And this is 41.2S1, just a close up. Is this just a closer up view of that sample that you took from the bra?
Yes, that shows what was retained in the lab, and then the bottom photo shows the cutting that I took from that stain to do the FB testing. I'm sorry, that is not very clear. By FB testing, I mean the confirmatory test for human blood.
Now, submission number 41 also had a bag associated with it. Is that correct? Specifically,
Yes, it did.
41-3.
Yes, it did.
And I'm just going to display the photo 41.3 as received. What are we looking at here?
That shows one side of the bag as it's laid out on the lab bench. So you have the bottom of the bag, which is the closed part, the opening, which is shown there, and then you have a knotted area between the bottom and the opening.
And this bag was submitted with the bra and the shirt. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Were any swabs taken of this bag?
Yes, I took swabbings from this bag.
And specifically, I'm going to pull up a photo 41.31S1. Excuse me, strike that. I'm pulling up photo 41.3S2. What does this photo display?
That shows the knotted area of the bag. And so I loosened that knotted area and I tried to swab the interior of the knotted area. And I designated that swabbing 41-3S2.
And can you tell the jury why you decided to swab the knotted area?
Because the interior of it would be protected from, say, any other damage, or it would maybe have the DNA or biological material of the person that may have handled that area when they knotted it.
When you looked inside of submission 41-3, did you find anything? If you have to refer to your notes, that's.
Oh, yes, yes, I did.
What did you find?
Women's panty liner.
And did you also swab the panty liner?
Yes, I did that. And I also, there was a reddish brown stain on the panty liner.
I'm pulling up photograph 41.31S1. Does this photograph display the panty liner that you found inside of the bag?
Yes, it does.
And does this photograph also designate where you took the swabbing?
I don't know, it doesn't designate where I took the swabbing, but the swabbing was taken on the absorbent side of the panty liner, which is what is shown in these photos.
And new photo 41.31S2, just displaying that for the jury. How many swabbings did you take of the panty liner?
I just took one. I took the sample, the reddish brown stain, which I designated as 41-3-1S1, because the submission was 41, the bag was 3, and the panty liner was found in the bag. So therefore, the panty liner was 41-3-1. So the reddish brown stain that was positive with the screening test for blood, I designated 41-3-1S1, and then I did a swabbing of the absorbent side, which I designated 41-3-1S2.
And this photograph shows the area that you swabbed, is that correct?
Correct.
And just for the jury's benefit, I'm directing their attention to the upper photograph, which shows where the swab was taken. Now, you also analyzed additional evidence in this case, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And it's already been stipulated between the parties that State Police Exhibit 12, which was identified as doorknobs from the garage mudroom door were submitted to the state lab as submission number 4. Did you analyze that particular submission?
Yes, I examined submission 4.
And can you just tell the jury what you did with submission 4 when you received it?
The first time I saw submission 4, it was in latent prints. Sometimes we work with the latent print examiner if there's reddish brown stains on something. And in the case, this item, there was a reddish brown stain with ridge-like detail on one portion of the doorknob, which was basically two knobs with the plates, and one side had screws and the other side did not. So therefore, in my notes, I refer to the side without the screws and the side with the screws. That's how I designated it. So that was the first time that I saw the doorknobs, was in latent prints.
And you mentioned latent prints. Can you tell the jury, generally speaking, if something needs to be fingerprinted and or analyzed for potential biological evidence or DNA evidence, who generally gets that exhibit first? Is it the forensic biology department or is it the latent print department?
In general, it's the forensic biology department, but we really do work closely with each other because for obvious reasons, I don't want to destroy possible useful latent print when I'm doing my examination or collection.
And did you take photographs of submission number 4?
Yes, I did.
All right, so I've opened the folder on State's Exhibit 109, designated State Police Exhibit 12, lab submission number 4. How many did you take swabbings of this particular submission?
Yes, I collected 4 samples from submission 4.
And were they designated 41S1 through 41S4?
Yes, they were. So this submission came in as 4, and the latent print examiner, as they do, they sub-item the contents, even if there's one thing, as 4-1. So I then go off of the 4-1, S1, 4-1, S2, 4-1, S3, and 4-1, S4.
So I'm going to pull up the photo entitled Lab 4.1S1 and 1S4, directing your attention specifically to 4.1S1. What was that a swabbing of?
That was a reddish brown stain with ridge-like detail, and that was on the side of the doorknob without the screws.
And we're looking at a photograph here. Would this have been the bottom right? The
Correct.
bottom right photograph here?
Yes, correct.
And what was swabbing 4.1S4 of?
It was a swabbing of that reddish brown stain with ridge-like detail.
And is the area that you swabbed displayed in the upper right photograph here?
That's a different sample that I took.
4.1S4?
Yes,
Okay, what was that of?
that was a swabbing of the knob and the plate. That was for a touch-like sample. I didn't see any reddish brown staining there, but I wanted to swab up any biological material that might be there. So I collected a swabbing, which again is you moisten a swab, a sterile swab, and then you swab that area.
Yeah, and just to be clear, anytime you did a swabbing in this case, you followed that same process. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
And I'm just displaying a photograph entitled Lab 4.1S1, 4.1S2. What was swabbing 4.1S2 of?
That was where I saw ridge-like detail, but I didn't see any blood or blood-like stain, reddish brown stain.
So again, you're attempting to get perhaps touch DNA or trace DNA?
Yes, touch DNA.
And 4.1S3, what was that a swabbing of?
So that's the side of the doorknob with the screws, and that's a touch type sample that was collected from the knob and the plate. So that's 4-1S3.
And was that particular swabbing or the area that you swabbed captured in the upper left photograph here?
Yes, it is.
And just one more photo, 41S3, 41S4. What do these photographs show?
That shows the doorknobs after I collected the touch samples from, which were 4-1S3 and 4-1S4. And then the bottom photo shows that the left side has the screws, the right side doesn't have the screws, and then where I put my initials.
And to be clear, all of these swabbings were subsequently forwarded to the DNA unit. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I believe Krista Maydell was working on this case at the time. Is that right?
Yes, she was.
Your Honor, I'm just going to publish another stipulation between the parties.
Yes,
Again,
if you
this
could
is
read
the-
slowly, please.
Yes, sir. This is from State's Exhibit 103, paragraph 13. State Police Exhibit 154, seized from Hartford by Sergeant Michael Butin on May 31st, 2019, and identified as one FedEx envelope, color white, containing 2 altered Connecticut license plates seized from the scene, storm drain at 1344 Albany Avenue, Hartford, Connecticut, was subsequently submitted to the Division of Scientific Services and designated as submission number 96. Ms. Roy, did you analyze submission number 96?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to open the folder entitled State Police Exhibit 154, Submission 96 from that same DVD. Can you indicate to the jury what condition you received Submission 96 in?
You mean the appearance that I saw it?
Well, it was, has been stipulated that it was 2 altered Connecticut license plates, and I was just wondering if you could explain to the jury what you observed when you first received the plates.
I could see that there was some tape layers on 3 of the letters on the license plate. And so therefore, it was referred to as being altered.
And did you take swabbings of these license plates?
Yes, I did.
And these license plates were subsequently designated as 96-1 and 96-2 because there were 2 of them. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So I'm displaying a photograph now entitled Lab 96 1S1. Were these the plates? Strike that. Do the plates in this photograph show the plates as you initially received them?
Yes, there's 2 photographs that show the plate as I received it. And you can see there's 2 little arrows that says as REC''D. So that would be the upper right one and the lower left one is how the plate appeared when I received it.
And did you remove the adhesive from the license plate yourself?
Yes, I did.
And after you removed the adhesive from the license plate, what did you do?
I then swabbed those areas of the plate, which were then uncovered by the removal of the multiple layers of tape.
And why did you take those particular swabbings?
Well, as you can see, the plates are very dirty, and so I was hoping that those areas might be protected, and therefore I was collecting any biological material or touch DNA sample that might be there.
And in the photograph on the right, we see what appears to be some markings, circular markings on top of the 1 in the middle of the D and connected to the J. Are those the areas that you swabbed?
Yes, it is. Yes, they are.
And were all of those areas that you swabbed designated as 96 1S1?
Yes.
And now I'm going to display Lab 96 1S2 photograph. What are we looking at here?
That's still 96-1. That's looking at the tape that I removed from the 3 areas. There's multiple layers of blue tape with some glue-like substance on them. So I separated the pieces of tape and then I swabbed both sides of the pieces of tape.
Did you observe any substances on the tape, such as a blood-like substance or anything like that?
No, I did not.
So you were essentially swabbing for touch DNA?
Yes, correct. That was a sample for touch DNA.
And then with respect to the second license plate, Lab 96-2, you also swabbed that license plate, is that correct?
Yes,
Oh, I'm sorry, excuse me.
yes,
And this is item number 96-2S1, is that correct? And did you go through the same process for this particular license plate in that you removed the adhesive and swabbed the area around the adhesive?
I removed the tape and then I swabbed underneath where I had removed the tape on the license plate.
Similar to what you had done with the previous plate, is that correct?
That's correct.
And now displaying photograph Lab 96-2S2, this was the tape that you removed from the second license plate?
Yes, it is.
And did you also swab this for potential DNA evidence?
Yes, I separated the layers of blue tape with glue-like substance and then I swabbed both sides of the tape.
Your Honor, we have another stipulation here at State's Exhibit 104 regarding evidence seized from the Toyota Tacoma and submitted to the Division of Scientific Services. I move it into evidence.
No objection.
It's signed and stipulated, so no objection.
And specifically, I'm going to publish paragraph 5 of that stipulation, Your Honor. State Police Exhibit 323, seized from the Toyota Tacoma by Detective Matthew Riley on June 6, 2019, and identified as 1 Connecticut registration plate 6617CN with 2 screws, CA/DP, processed, seized from the scene, front, was subsequently submitted to the Division of Scientific Services and designated as submission number 97. Ms. Roy, did you also perform analysis on submission 97?
Yes, I did.
And I'm going to open the folder entitled State Police Exhibit 323 Lab Submission 97 and display a photo of Lab 97 1S1. Can you just indicate for the jury what we're looking at here?
The front and back of the license plate and then around the perimeter of the edge where you can see the outline with, I think it's blue outline. And that's where I collected the touch sample 97-1S1.
Did you observe any biological material on this particular license plate?
No, I didn't.
And so essentially you again are searching for perhaps touch DNA?
Yes,
And the second license plate was designated as 97-2, is that correct?
that's correct.
And did you also take a swabbing of that license plate for touch DNA?
Yes, I did.
Excuse me. I apologize. This is 97-2S1. What are these?
Those are the screws that were also included from the submission 97. There was an envelope with 2 screws and I also swabbed the screws and the swabbing of the screws was designated 97-2S1. There was also 2 screws submitted with 97-1 and I swabbed those. they were designated 96-2, and I swapped those as 96-2S1.
I believe, and I know it can be confusing, submission number 96 was the license plates from the sewer drain in Hartford. This is from a Toyota Tacoma.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. There's a lot.
Yes. So could we go back to that picture that you're showing right there?
Yes,
That you were showing?
yes. This is photograph lab 97-2S1. So this was specifically State Police Exhibit 323.
Okay, so there was, in that submission, there was the license plate, and then there was a coin envelope with 2 screws and washers on those screws. And those washer screw combination were designated 97-2. And I took a swabbing of those for touch DNA, and that was designated 97-2S1.
And again, you didn't observe any biological material on these screws.
No, I did not.
You're going to read from stipulation States Exhibit 104, paragraph 7. State Police Exhibit 325, seized from the Toyota Tacoma by Detective Matthew Riley on June 6, 2019, and identified as 1 Connecticut registration plate, (6617CN) with 2 screws, (CA/DP process), seized from the scene/rear, was subsequently submitted to the Division of Scientific Services and designated as submission 98. You also worked on a second license plate from the Tacoma, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And that was designated as submission 98.
That's correct.
And I'm just going to open that folder, State Police Exhibit 325, lab submission 98. And specifically display a photograph, lab 98 1S1. Did you essentially go through the same process for submission 98 that you did for submission 97?
Yes, I did.
You did not view any biological material on these Tacoma plates. You simply swabbed them for potential touch DNA.
That's correct.
And I'm just going to quickly display 98-2S1. These were the screws that came with what's been stipulated to be the rear plate. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you swabbed those as well for potential touch DNA?
Yes, I did.
Reading from States Exhibit 104, the stipulation. Paragraph 9, State Police Exhibit 363, seized from the Toyota Tacoma by Detective Matthew Riley on August 27, 2019, and identified as 1 interior door panel from the right door, was subsequently submitted to the Division of Scientific Services and designated as submission 99. Do you recall working on that door panel?
Yes, I did.
Have you worked on many door panels in your career?
Not a lot,
All
a
right.
few.
So I'm just going to open that folder, State Police Exhibit 363, lab submission 99. And there's a photograph entitled Lab 99 paren door panel. I'm going to open that photograph. Can you just explain to the jury what we're looking at here?
That's my overall photo of the exterior of the door panel. And I designated all the areas that I swabbed. Now, this doesn't show that I took apart the door panel. So I removed several of the pieces that I could from the door panel and collected those swabbings.
Now, specifically with respect to these swabbings, unlike maybe some of the previous samples that we've looked at, did you test any of these, strike that, did you perform screening tests on any of these swabbings for blood?
Yes, I did.
All right. And I want to just, if you need to refer to your report, that is perfectly fine. I'm actually going to just hand you, for identification purposes, states 106, 107, and 108.
Could I please know which ones they are on my copy, please?
Just gonna hand you these for identification purposes. I know you brought your own materials, but in case you need to refer to a specific report that you offered here, they are.
Okay, thank you.
I'm just going to zoom in on this particular photograph. You indicated that you noted the areas that you swabbed, and there's a lot here. So I want to just begin with S1 and S2, which we see in the center left of the photograph. What area was that you swabbed?
There was switches there, and I removed that panel that the switches are on, and then I removed the actual switches from the panel.
And why did you swab those particular areas?
I had information that this door was shown to be positive luminol. So what I wanted to test was whether any of those swabbings would have a positive result with the screening test for blood.
Now, as I understand it, luminol can test positive on a number of different materials. Is that correct? Or a number of different materials can give a positive luminol test?
I have very limited experience with luminol. We don't use it in the laboratory. It's a crime scene screening test for blood. There are things that do react, such as cleaning products.
Now, did you observe yourself any blood-like substances or biological materials on this particular door?
No, I didn't see any reddish brown stains.
Okay. And then specifically, just going to direct your attention now to S3, which appears to be a storage area on the door where things could be sort of inserted in. Did you swab that particular area?
Yes, I did. I swabbed the opening of that pocket. That was designated S3.
Pocket, better word. And S4, what area was that?
Okay, I called that a grill. I don't, maybe I was, should have called it a speaker, but to me, I called it a grill. So the grill and the pocket, I actually was able to remove. And so S4 is on the panel itself, the opening of that grill, which I had removed. So I went around the edge, the opening, and swabbed that area.
And S5 is near the center of the door, near what appears to be a piece of carpeting near the door or on the door handle. Is that correct?
That's, I called that a fabric panel. And what I did was I pulled up the edge of the fabric panel, and then I went around the edge and swabbed the edge of the fabric panel.
With respect to swabs 1 through 5 or 99 S1 through S5, what screening test did you do on those?
I did the O-toluidine test, which again is the more sensitive of the screening tests. And the information I had was that this door may have been cleaned. So knowing that, I wanted to use the more sensitive test.
And
Well, Attorney McGinnis, it's about 1 o'clock.
yes, Judge.
What we will do is just stand in our lunch and recess. Does council need a little more time after the lunch and recess in order to review the notes?
Perhaps.
So what we will do, ladies and gentlemen, is take our lunch and recess today from 1 until 2:15. Please do not discuss the case. And would council approach, please?
Yes, Judge. Yes, Judge.
So 2:30. Rise. This Honorable Superior Court is now open and back in session. Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon. Please.
4A back in session.
Shall we bring in Uriel?
Yes, Judge, I just wanted to alert the court, put it on the record that Attorney Schoenhorn had an opportunity to inspect both binders that Ms. Roy is with on the witness stand, and he designated the items that he wanted photocopied. We made arrangements for that and provided him with those copies.
Thank you.
That's correct.
Thank you. We can bring the jury out, please. Counsel stipulate, please.
Yes, Judge.
Yes.
Thank you.
Ms. Roy, where we had left off, we were talking about swabbings on lab item number 99, a door panel taken from the Toyota Tacoma. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, I do.
And specifically, we had gotten up to S1 through S5, which are depicted in the photograph, which is currently on the screen as lab 99 paren door panel. Did you do screening tests for blood on those particular swabbings?
Yes, I did.
And what were the results?
They all tested negative with the screening test for blood.
Did you continue to do, you did additional swabs on this door, did you not?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and I want to ask you specifically about S6, S7, S8, and S9. There are arrows on this photograph. Are those the general areas where you swabbed?
Yes.
Okay. And did you do presumptive or screening tests for those particular swabbings as well?
Yes.
And what were the results?
S6, I got a weak positive. The next one you're asking me about is S7.
Yes.
I got a positive with the screening test. And then the next one was S9,
And what were the results of S9?
positive, weak positive.
And when you indicated you did a screening test, which particular test did you do?
I used the old toluidine one, which is the more sensitive test, but has a carcinogen in it. So I used it under the hood.
And directing your attention now to 99S11, which is also displayed in this photograph, was that a swabbing that you took of the door handle itself?
Yes, after I removed it from the door panel, I swabbed it.
And did you do a screening test on that as well?
Yes, I did.
And what were the results?
One of the swabs tested positive and the other three I didn't test.
And I believe you indicated that this presumptive test, or this, I'm calling it a presumptive test, this screening test that you did can also react with certain cleaning agents. Is that correct?
Yes, but the way we do the test at work is that it's a two-step test. So we add the first solution, which contains the colorless chemical, which if hemoglobin is present, the heme and hemoglobin, it'll turn color. But if we add that to our sample and we get any kind of color change, then we would note that, and that would be a failed test. So one of the cleaning agents that might be present could cause that. So then we would go on, if we didn't see any kind of color change or anything, we would add our second solution, which is hydrogen peroxide. And then that would cause the whole reaction to occur. And then you look at what color develops. And in the case of Castlemeyer, it should be a bright pink, and it develops very quickly. And then with otoluidine, it's like a teal, blue-green color, and that also develops very quickly. And we don't go beyond 10 seconds when we're reading the result for either of those tests. So the way we do the test, we know how it should react, and any difference from that, we note it, and it's either called a failed test or inconclusive.
And did you remove any trace material from the door?
Yes, I did.
And what type of trace material did you remove from the door?
One hair-like fiber and other trace material.
And was that designated as 99S14?
Yes, it was.
Now, when you remove trace material such as hair, did you personally test the hair yourself?
No, I didn't examine the hair.
Okay. Who did?
Anita Valones was the hair examiner on this case.
So essentially you would have removed the item and retained it, and then eventually Ms. Valonis would have reviewed it?
She would have examined it, yes.
And directing your attention now to 99S15, what was that?
That was,
Sorry, it was a different photo. 99S15.
that was swabbing of the fabric panel, not along the edge, but that around the other area that wasn't swabbed.
And did you do a screening test for blood on that?
Yes, I did.
And what were the results?
Very weak positive.
And just before I forget, I want to go back to State Police Exhibit 154, Lab Submission 96. I don't think I showed you this photograph. This is Lab 96 3S1. This was the FedEx envelope that was part of Submission 96. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And did you also swab this envelope for potential touch DNA?
Yes, I did.
What part of the envelope did you swab?
The flap area, if you look in the upper right-hand corner, you can see that's the adhesive side of the flap area. And then I swabbed a little bit into the envelope opening in the interior. So it would have been that flap area and then a little bit into the envelope interior.
And again, all of these swabbings were forwarded to DNA. Is that correct? Well, actually strike that. Some of these swabbings were submitted to DNA. Is that correct?
Most of my swabbings were submitted to DNA, yes.
Your Honor, I'm just going to publish the stipulation here. This is State's Exhibit 103, Paragraph 1. State Police Exhibit 500A, seized from Hartford by Sergeant Kevin Duggan on May 30th, 2019, and identified as one white Hanes t-shirt, size 2XL, with blood-like staining, contained within State Police Exhibit 499, seized from the scene, corner of Albany Avenue and Garden Street, Hartford, Connecticut, was subsequently submitted to the Division of Scientific Services and designated as submission 49. So I'm just going to display the photograph in here, which is titled Lab 49, period SP 500A. And Your Honor, at this time, I'll just alert the court and the jury to a stipulation between the parties that upon further testing and investigation, this particular submission was unrelated to this case.
Thank you.
That's by agreement. That's so stipulated.
Thank you.
Reading again from State's Exhibit 103, specifically paragraph 2. State Police Exhibit 502A, seized from Hartford by Sergeant Kevin Duggan on May 31st, 2019, and identified as one clear plastic bag with a blood-like substance contained within State Police Exhibit 502, seized from the scene, corner of Albany Avenue and Green Street, Hartford, Connecticut, was subsequently submitted to the Division of Scientific Services and designated as Submission 50. Ms. Valonis, did you work or do any analysis on submission number 50?
Oh, yeah, I'm Christine Marie.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Yes, I did examine number 50.
So I'm opening the folder entitled State Police Exhibit 502A, Lab Submission 50, and I'm going to display the photograph Lab 50, paren with paper added. Ms. Valonis, can you tell the jury?
It's
What we're
Mr.
looking
Roy,
at?
Mr. Roy, counsel.
Oh, my goodness, I'm sorry. I have Ms. Valonis on my mind. She's next. Ms. Roy, what are we looking at here?
So this is the submission number 50, which had a poncho-like appearance. It had what looked like a neck opening and 2 arm openings, and then the bottom was open. What it didn't have was a hood, so that's why I would call it poncho-like. So I put the paper in to kind of, the white paper to kind of show where the armholes are and the neck opening is, and then where the bottom of the bag is. So that's what's in this picture. And then it also has reddish brown staining that was at the bottom front. And I just tested a very small area with the chemical screening test for blood. It was positive. And then I forward this to latent prints.
And I'm just going to depict a photograph Lab 50 paren as received. Is this another photograph of the poncho as the laboratory received it?
Yes,
And I believe you designated this as side A, is that correct?
yes,
You mentioned that this particular object did not have a hood, so you described it as poncho-like.
yeah, poncho-like, because a poncho you would think of having a hood.
And I'm displaying now photograph Lab 50, period 1S1 and 50, 1S2, period SP 502A. You indicated that you took swabbings of this particular object. Is that correct?
Correct. Now, these 2 pictures are post-latent print examination, which is why they're very blackish.
Latent prints used a dusting powder or something to that effect to try to develop prints. Is that right?
Correct.
Did you do your swabbings before or after latent prints?
I did. I collected my samples after latent prints.
And I see here that there are 2 swabbings designated. Is that right?
That's correct.
And what particular areas did you swab?
So this was down side B, which had that heavy reddish brown staining, where I did a single KM test before it went to latent prints. So that's that area of the poncho, or sorry, poncho-like bag.
And you used a Kastle-Meyer screening test on these 2 swabbings as well?
Yes, I did.
And the results were positive?
Yes.
Showing you a photo entitled Lab 50 S1 SP 502A CR. What are we looking at here?
That's the trace material that I collected from this poncho-like bag. And there were 4 hair-like fibers that I collected. And then there was quite a bit of reddish-brown flakes and crust that came off the submission and other trace material, which I collected in a tin. And those were both retained at the laboratory.
Published States Exhibit 103. This is paragraph 3. State Police Exhibit 502B, seized from Hartford by Sergeant Kevin Duggan on May 31st, 2019, and identified as 1 clear plastic bag with blood-like substance contained within State Police Exhibit 502, seized from the scene, corner of Albany Avenue and Green Street, Hartford, Connecticut, was subsequently submitted to the Division of Scientific Services and designated as Submission 51. And I'm going to be opening the folder on States 109 entitled State Police Exhibit 502B, Lab Submission 51. Did you do an analysis of Lab Submission 51?
Yes, I did.
And what was that?
It was a poncho, a plastic, clear plastic poncho.
So submission number 50 you described as poncho-like, 51 you're describing as a poncho. What were the difference between the two?
The 51 had a hood.
I'm going to display the photograph Lab 51 as received. Can you tell the jury what we're looking at here?
So the top picture is how it came out of the submission packaging. And then the bottom picture is how it was, I laid it out on the lab bench with the brown paper underneath. And in that picture on the bottom, you can see where the hood is folded down and there's 2 openings on either side for the arm and then an opening along the bottom. And you can also see a heavy stained area over on the, what would be the right side of when you're wearing the poncho.
And can you describe the heavy stained area for the jury?
It was blackish, brownish, reddish brown.
Showing you now the photograph in that folder entitled Lab 51, back with white paper added. Can you just explain to the jury why you added white paper here?
Just to show the structure of the poncho, how that area that was stuck together over on the right upper side where the right arm would have been coming out, and also just to show more detail of that area. So I'm taking pictures as I'm examining it. I'm not sure what it is. And then the one in the lower left, I did notice a hair-like fiber on the interior of the bag. So I went in and collected that single hair-like fiber because that I wanted to retain. And that's in the lower left photo.
And did this particular item also go to latent prints?
Yes, it did.
I'm going to show you Lab 51 post latent print, white paper added. Is this obviously after it went to latent prints and why it's a darker consistency?
Yes, that's why it's blackish.
Did you perform any screening tests on this particular item?
Yes, I did.
And how many screening tests did you perform?
How many individual times I tested stains? I tested 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 areas.
Okay. I just want to show you a photograph entitled Lab 51, 1S3, and S4, and S5, and S6, and S8. This particular item was swabbed 8 separate times. Is that correct?
I took 8 samples from this poncho, but the first one I collected was trace. So there's actually 7 swabbings that I did from this poncho.
Understood. And so I want to direct your attention now to swabbing 51 1S3. That was of a reddish brown stain exterior as received. Is that correct?
Yes,
And did you do any screening tests on that?
yes, that was the area that I tested on my initial examination. And then I went back after latent prints and collected it.
And what were the results of the screening test?
It was positive.
And 51S4 was described by you as a reddish brown stain at the front lower opening. Is that correct?
Correct.
And did you do a screening test for blood on that particular swabbing?
Yes, I did.
And what were the results?
It was positive.
Fifty-one 1S5 was described by you as a swabbing of a reddish brown stain hood top area. Did you do a screening test on that particular swabbing?
Yes, I did.
And what were the results?
It was positive.
And 51 1S6 was a swabbing from the interior hood. That was just for touch DNA, is that correct?
Yes, in this case, I collected it for possible wear biological material that might be left behind. And I did not test those swabs.
When you say you didn't test the swabs, they were forwarded to DNA, they just weren't tested for screening test for blood, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now 51 1S7 is not displayed in this particular photograph. I'm going to pull up a photograph entitled Lab 51 1S6 and 51 1S7. You described that as a reddish brown staining interior front. Did you do a screening test on that?
Yes, I did.
And what were the results?
It was positive.
And just to jump back to the previous photo, which displays 51 1S8. That was an additional swabbing that you did of the exterior of the hood, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
I'm just going to zoom in on that. And this was for touch DNA, is that right?
That's correct.
So no screening test was done on that particular swabbing.
No, I didn't.
And I'm just displaying a photograph entitled 51 1S2Y. What are we looking at here?
I have to refer to my report.
Oh, that's fine. Maybe if I show you this. I'm showing you now
Oh, okay.
51 S2. It's a closer up photograph of that.
I just didn't recognize it.
Oh, no, that's quite all right.
Yes, that was a white hardish-like material with some reddish brown staining on it.
And did you do any screening or confirmatory tests on this?
Yes, not initially when it was collected, but later on I was asked to. And Anita Valones had taken a swabbing of the white hardish material, and I did testing on that swabbing, and then it was positive with the screening test, and then I did the hemotrace test, which was positive, so that meant that human blood was indicated, and then I forwarded those swabs to DNA.
So in total, you did, in your analysis in this case, 3 confirmatory blood tests. Is that correct?
In all of my analysis for the whole case,
Confirmatory, yes.
yes,
And that would have been on the, just to be clear, the bra, the shirt, and this particular item. Is that correct?
yes, the swabbing of the reddish brown,
And all 3 came back positive for blood. Is that correct?
correct.
Just going to publish the stipulation, Your Honor, paragraph 7 from States 103. State Police 502H, State Police Exhibit 502H, seized from Hartford by Sergeant Kevin Duggan on May 31st, 2019, and identified as 4 large white zip ties with blood-like substance contained within State Police Exhibit 502, seized from the scene, corner of Albany Avenue and Green Street, Hartford, Connecticut, was subsequently submitted to the Division of Scientific Services and designated as submission 52. Did you do analysis on submission number 52?
Yes, I did.
What was submission number 52?
It was 4 white zip ties.
And were each of those zip ties given their own designation?
Yes, I designated them as 52-1, 52-2, 52-3, and 52-4.
And within the States Exhibit 109, specifically the folder marked State Police Exhibit 502H lab submission number 52, I'm displaying a photograph lab 52 1S1 through 52 4S1. Can you just explain to the jury what we're looking at here?
So this is after the LP examination, so they do look blackish. So it shows on the 52-1 and 52-2, as they were received, they were cut. So they're, when you use a zip tie, you make a loop when you use it, and then that loop appears to have been cut. Of course, it could have been some other mechanism, but it was cut, separated. And then 52-3 and 52-4 were found not being in a loop conformation. So 52-1 and 52-4 had a lot of reddish brown staining on them, which would make collecting areas for touch difficult. So I tested 2 areas on 52-1 and 2 areas on 52-2 using the screening test for blood, and they were both positive. And then when I got it, I did that before it went to latent prints. And then when I got it back from latent prints on each of those items, I did a swabbing of the whole item. So I would have, on 52-1, it was designated 52-1S1, and that was the entire surface. And then 52-2, again, I tested 2 areas on the textured side, so not to interfere with anything on latent prints. And then after I got it back from latent prints, I swabbed the entire surface, and that was 52-2S1. Now, 52-3 and 52-4 had very little blood on them. So on the textured side of 52-3, I did see a reddish brown stain, and I tested it, and then it was positive with the screening test for blood, and then I collected it as 52-3S2, and there were other stains, but there were very little reddish brown. And after latent prints, I went and swabbed the whole entire surface, and that would have been 52-3S3. I also collected a fiber-like trace material, and that I designated 52-3S1, and I collected that before it went to latent prints. And now 32-4, There's very little reddish brown stain and it was faint. So I didn't test those. When it came back from latent prints, I swabbed the entire surface and that was designated as 52-4S1. And the little circles were tags that I put on each one of those zip ties just to keep the designation correct and initial them with my initials.
And you had mentioned that you did do one screening test on 52-3, is that correct?
Yes, I collected that reddish brown stain. It was on the textured side, so I was okay to collect before it went to latent prints, and I collected it.
And were those swabbings submitted for DNA analysis?
Yes.
Going to publish the stipulation, states, reading from states 103, paragraph 8. State Police Exhibit 502I, seized from Hartford by Sergeant Kevin Duggan on May 31st, 2019, and identified as one white standard textile towel with blood-like substance contained within State Police Exhibit 502, seized from the scene, corner of Albany Avenue and Green Street, Hartford, Connecticut, was subsequently submitted to the Division of Scientific Services and designated as Submission 53. You also worked on Submission 53, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Can you describe Submission 53 for the jury?
It's a white towel. Bath type towel.
So I'm just going to project a photo entitled Lab 53S1. Well, actually, before I get there. This is Lab 53S1 and 53S2. Could you just indicate to the jury what we're looking at here?
That's the two sides of the towel. You can see the reddish brown stains and the light reddish brown stains, and there's also some blackish stains.
And did you take swabbings of this towel, or did you actually cut a piece of the towel, or both?
I took cuttings.
And can we see where you cut in this particular photograph?
Yes, on the upper picture,
I'll zoom.
oh, on the bottom.
On the top photograph, there's a designation S2 previously removed with an arrow. What does that denote?
That shows where I removed a cutting from the towel for 53S2.
And was that submitted for DNA analysis?
Yes, it was.
Was any screening test performed on that particular part of the towel?
Yes, it was.
And what were the results of the screening test?
It was positive.
And just to be clear, positive for blood, is that
Oh,
correct?
positive for the screening test for blood.
Correct. Now I'm going to zoom in on the bottom photograph here. And we see a designation on the left-hand side, S1 previously removed. Was that an area of the towel that you removed for additional testing?
Yes, it was.
And what type of testing did you do on that area of the towel?
I did the screening test for blood and it was positive, and then I cut out a sample and then sent a portion of that cutting to DNA.
And did you say the result of what the screening test was?
It was positive.
And this is just lab photograph 53S1. Is this a closer up view of 53S1, the cutting that you took from the towel?
Yes, it is.
And 53S2. Is this the piece of the towel that you cut and designated as 53S2?
Yes.
And 53S3. What was that?
Can you click on it? Sure. Thank you. That was one hair-like fiber and other trace material, including some blackish particles that I saw on the towel.
And was that retained for further analysis?
Yes, it was.
And I'm just going to zoom in here on the photograph. There's the acronym HLF. Does that stand for hair-like fiber?
Yes, it does.
And if we look very carefully where the mouse is now over, is that the hair-like fiber?
Yes, it is.
Publishing paragraph 10 of States 103. State Police 502K, seized from Hartford by Sergeant Kevin Duggan on May 31st, 2019, and identified as 4 pieces of black plastic garbage bag with black duct tape attached to 2 pieces contained within State Police Exhibit 502, seized from the scene, corner of Albany Avenue and Green Street, Hartford, Connecticut, was subsequently submitted to the Division of Scientific Services and designated as submission 88. Did you do analysis of submission 88?
Yes, I did.
Now, submission 88 was actually given 3 separate designations, correct? 88.1, 88.2, and 88.3.
That's correct.
And 88.1, as I understand it, was actually 2 bags which were taped together. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So I'm displaying a photo entitled Lab 88.1, which is in States 109, the folder indicating State Police Exhibit 502K, Lab Submission 88. Is this item 88-1?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Where would the tape have been in this particular photograph? Or where would it be located on the bags, I guess?
Where the 2 like grayish marker arrows are.
So you're indicating that the photograph displays 2 separate arrows, one pointing to the bottom of the photo and one pointing up, and the tape would have been somewhere in that area?
Yes, there was multiple pieces of tape in that area, whereas the arrow pointing down was 1 piece of tape.
And did you do swabbings of this particular exhibit?
Yes, I did.
Displaying a photograph entitled Lab 88-1S1. Is this the first swabbing that you took?
Yes, I took a swabbing of the exterior of the single piece of tape. I'm sorry, the non-adhesive side.
Would that have been before the prints removed it, obviously?
Yes,
And did you do any presumptive tests on that, or just for touch DNA?
I just collected it for touch and I didn't do any screening tests for it.
And then Lab 88-1S2, what are we seeing here?
That was where there was a tangle of black tape, and I swabbed the non-adhesive side of the areas that were exposed of that tape, that tangle of tape.
And again, for touch DNA?
Yes,
And then Lab 88-1S3, what area was swabbed here?
that was a reddish brown stain on the, there was, one of the bags was damaged and the other bag was not damaged. So that's how I designated the 2 bags, the damaged bag and the non-damaged bag. So 88-1S3 was a reddish brown stain on the exterior of the non-damaged bag adjacent to the black tape.
And did you do any screening tests for blood on that particular swabbing?
Yes, I did.
And what were the results?
It was positive for the screening test.
Showing you photograph Lab 88.1S4. What was that a swabbing of?
That was the damaged bag, the interior lower corner, both sides. Now, I will back up and tell you that the damaged bag is received inside out. And that's assuming that the manufacturer's printed information is printed on the exterior. And the non-damaged bag was received outside out. Again, that's assuming that the manufacturer's information got printed on the exterior of the bag.
And was 881S4 a swabbing of a reddish brown area?
Yes,
And did you do any screening tests for blood?
yes.
And what were the results?
It was positive for the screening test for blood.
881S6, that was a swabbing from the exterior opening of the non-damaged plastic bag. Is that correct?
Yes, this was collected post latent print examination.
And on this particular photograph, lab 88.1S6, the top photograph, actually the bottom as well, have sort of a grayish circular
Marker.
marker. Is that the area that was swabbed for 88.1S6?
Yes, it was. So the pictures are the two sides of the bag.
And then 88.1S7, that was a swabbing from the exterior opening of the damaged bag. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you also swabbed that for DNA?
Yes, both sides of the bag.
No screening test done on 88.1S6 or 1S7, is that correct?
That's correct.
And is that because there was no reddish blood substance that was being swabbed in that particular area?
No, it was because I was collecting them for touch.
And then, did you locate anything within, or, excuse me, Mr. Parisi had located something within 88.1, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, so I'm going to pull up a photograph entitled Lab 88.1. 2. Can you tell the jury what we're looking at here?
One folded lengthwise black plastic garbage bag.
And this was designated as having come from inside 88.1, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you take any swabbings of this?
There was a stain, brownish stain, and I tested that with a screening test for blood. It was positive, and then I collected it as 88-1-2S1.
And I'm displaying lab 88.1.2S1. Is that what we're looking at here?
Yes, I think if you go to the top picture, you can see the circle is around that stain. Yes.
And you also did analysis of designation 88-2, is that correct?
That's correct.
What was 88-2?
It was one black plastic garbage bag.
And were swabbings taken of 88-2?
Yes, there were.
So within that exhibit, Your Honor, I'm calling up folder State Police Exhibit 502K, Lab Submission 88, folder 88-2. Can you tell the jury what we're looking at here?
So both of those pictures are the exterior of the garbage bag, and they're the same side of the garbage bag because there's quite a bit of testing and drawing, so I have two pictures, two photos.
And I want to direct your attention now to the swabbings that you took, specifically 88-2S1, that was a swabbing of a latent print partially outlined exterior. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that's because Mr. Parisi had actually done some analysis of this for fingerprints, correct? Already?
Yes,
And so you tried to swab the fingerprint to see if you could get some type of DNA or blood?
yes.
And did you do a screening test for blood on the fingerprint?
Yes, I did.
And it came back negative, is that right?
That's correct.
88-2S2, which is the second swab that you took, that was of a reddish brown stain on the exterior of the bag, correct?
Yes,
All right, I'm just going to try to zoom in. Did you do a screening test of S2 here?
yes, I did.
And the results were positive, is that right?
That's correct.
And S3, which is seen in the upper left corner of the lower photograph, you did a swabbing in that area and did a screening test for blood as well, correct?
Yes, I did.
And the results were positive?
Yes,
And then S4 is, I guess, in the top third of the bag in the center where my mouse is. That was of a brownish stain on the exterior, correct?
yes,
And did you do a screening test of that?
yes, it was positive.
Incidentally, it's difficult to see in the photographs the reddish brown stains. Were you visually inspecting these for stains?
Yes. And I was aided by what we call a crime light. It's basically a flashlight, a laboratory flashlight that has white light.
88-2S5, was that of a reddish brown stain from the bag's exterior?
Yes,
And did you do a screening test for blood for that?
yes,
What were the results?
it was positive.
And that particular area is displayed in photograph lab 88-2S5 and 2S6 in the upper right photograph. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now I want to direct your attention to the lower photograph in this particular image. 88-2S6. That was a swabbing from the opening exterior right here for touch DNA. Is that right?
That's correct.
So no screening test done on that.
Correct.
And then 88-2S7 was a swabbing that you took of the reddish brown stain on the interior of the bag. Is that correct?
Yes,
And did you do any screening tests on that?
yes,
And what were the results?
positive.
And then 88-2S8.
Excuse me, Your Honor, can we at least have clarification? Positive for what?
Positive for the screening test for blood.
Thank you.
88-2S8 was the eighth swab that you took of this particular item, and this was of a reddish brown stain on the interior of the bag. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Just going to zoom in to the top photograph here. There's a gray circular area here. Is this the area that you swabbed?
Yes,
And did you do a screening test for blood on this particular swabbing as well?
yes.
And what were the results?
It was positive for the screening test of blood.
And you also worked on submission designation 88-3, is that correct? Was that, no, that was Ms. Valonis.
Yes, Anita Valonis examined the knotted plastic bag.
Publishing States Exhibit 103, paragraph 11. State Police Exhibit 502S, seized from Hartford by Sergeant Kevin Duggan on May 31st, 2019, and identified as one metal scraper with a broken blade contained within State Police Exhibit 502, seized from the scene, corner of Albany Avenue and Green Street, Hartford, Connecticut, was subsequently submitted to Division of Scientific Services and designated as submission 40. And I'm going to open the folder entitled State Police Exhibit 502S Lab Submission 40.
Council, it's now 3:20. We will take our afternoon recess until, let's call it 3:35.
Yes, Judge.
All rise. This honorable Superior Court now stands in recess until 3:35. May I
Will
ask
council
the court-
approach, please?
Superior Court for the Judicial District is now open in session. Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, please be seated. Now we bring it here.
Yes, Judge.
Yes, Judge.
Your Honor. Thank you.
I introduced this, you're right. Yeah, I did.
Counsel stipulate, please.
Yes, Judge.
Yes.
Ms. Roy, where we left off, we were talking about State Police Exhibit 502S, which was submitted to the lab and designated as submission number 40, metal scraper. Do you recall? That's where we left off.
Yes, I do.
Okay. And I'm just going to display a photograph, lab 40S1 and 40S2 for the jury. Just directing your attention specifically to the top photograph. Can you just let the jury know what we're looking at here?
That's one side of the glass scraper, and it shows one area that I tested. There was like an orangish, reddish, I think I described it as orange, reddish, rust-like stain, and it was KM negative. And then I did not see any blood-like stains. And so I did 2 swabbings of this tool. The first one was the blade holder area and the partial blade, which was 40S1. I swabbed that for touch. And then both sides. And then the second swabbing I did was 40S2. And that was what I called the tool part, where your hand would go, and both sides. And that was, again, designated as 40S2, and that was also for touch.
And again, those swabbings were submitted to DNA, is that correct?
That's correct.
And then I did just want to go back briefly to one folder, specifically State Police Exhibit 502K, Lab Submission 88, and the folder entitled 88.3. You did not examine 88.3, which was a black plastic bag, but you did examine some contents that were found inside of it. Is that correct?
Yes.
So I'm just going to begin by showing you a photo entitled Lab 88.3.1S1. Can you just let the jury know what we're looking at here?
So that is one piece of cardboard located inside bag.
And did you do any analysis of this?
I didn't see any blood-like stains, so I just swabbed it for touch, both sides, and I designated that swabbing as S1. And the photo, that's the white paper with a little bit of darkish flecks, that was found on, on the examination paper after I swabbed the cardboard. And then I just packaged that up and put it back into the item envelope packaging that 88-3-1 was in.
And then photograph 88.3.2S1.
Again, that's a piece of paper that was located on the outside of 88-3. And that there was no blood-like stains, and I swabbed both sides for touch, and that was designated 88-3-2S1.
And both of those particular items, 88.3.1 and 88.3.2, were found by Mr. Parisi and Leighton Prince. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And just to confirm, your function in forensic biology is to look for possible biological evidence and potentially forward that evidence to DNA, correct?
That's correct.
You didn't do any DNA analysis in this case yourself, is that correct?
No, I did not.
I have nothing additional, Judge.
Your Honor, I'm offering Defense Exhibit R, which are some of the laboratory notes and documents from this witness as a full exhibit. I understand there's no objection.
I have no objection.
Defense are admitted as well.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I prefer using this surface rather than this podium, so excuse me for a minute. So I understand you're going to enjoy your retirement after this.
Yes.
Let me ask you some general questions first. You were at the forensic laboratory in Meriden for how long?
For about 21 years.
Did you work entirely in the biology section of the lab that entire time?
I did casework in the forensic biology section the entire time, but at different times, my focus of most of my work was in DNA. So about 50-50 split of my time when I was first hired, and then it was mostly DNA. And then at some point before 2015, I was asked to help out with the backlog in forensic biology. And then I requested to remain in forensic biology.
Well, I'm not going to ask you, you didn't do any of the DNA work in this case,
That's
correct?
correct.
But you, as having worked in the DNA lab for so long, knew what was important to try and obtain samples so that when it went to DNA, they could do whatever they had to do to make enough of a sample for them to extract a DNA profile, correct?
Correct. I'm not competent in the current DNA testing that they do. So after 2015, there was some training that I would have had to go through with some new methods. And I decided at that point that I was just going to stay in forensic biology.
No, trust me, I'm not going to quiz you on any of that. So I'm going to ask more basic questions. So when things do go to DNA, they'd have different testing for different items, correct?
I'm not, they have different extraction methods, yes.
Yes. So you had mentioned earlier, there were some hairs that were extracted from some of the items that you examined, correct?
There was hair-like fibers collected from some of the submissions I examined, yes.
I thought there was also a picture of a human-like hair that you were shown an image of. Were you not?
That's not me.
Oh, that was it was in the picture. So was that your
It said,
colleague?
it said hair-like fiber. I don't know if it's a human hair. I don't even know if it's a hair at that point.
Okay, so you have to physically observe everything that you're looking at, right?
Yes,
Do you use any kind of enhancements such as magnifying glasses or microscopes or anything like that in your line of work?
yes, if I'm doing a hair assessment, then I use a microscope. But if I'm just collecting trace, I don't.
Okay, all right. So when you become involved in any case, the items are sent to you to be examined, correct?
Yes, that's my role in forensic biology.
But this isn't like a controlled experiment where you don't know anything about the case, am I right?
That's correct.
You actually meet with the with detectives and police and maybe prosecutors, don't you?
Sometimes along the way, probably not initially, I might have a phone call conversation, but we do get information that comes along when evidence is submitted.
In any event, this is evidence, or rather facts or investigation facts that aren't necessary for you to do your work, correct?
Well, I think if I'm going to examine something for sexual assault, I should know that, because then my focus will also be to look at if there's blood, but I'm not so necessarily going to be testing a blood stain or sending it for DNA testing if it's in the underwear. I'm more interested in if I find a semen stain. So I do need some information to go forward in how I'm going to go about examining the evidence.
Fair enough. Do you need to know where an item has been recovered for you to do your work?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to turn to Exhibit R, and I'm going to ask if we could turn on the screen and look at, for my purposes, I have some of your, before we do that, let me just say, you prepared extensive notes from the laboratory on this case, correct?
Yes.
More than 100 pages easily, right?
Yes.
And in fact, just in front of you, just for your own edification, you have 2 large 3-ring notebooks, just so that if you had to refer to your notes, you have that there in front of you so you could refresh your recollection, right?
Yes, I mean, they're in plastic sleeve protectors, which adds some volume. But yes, I looked at a lot of submissions in this case.
My point being, you can't remember from one case to another, especially years later, exactly what you did just based on a number or a letter or an item that's been identified, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And I take it after this case, you had many other cases that you had to work on. Is that
Yes,
fair?
this was in 2019. I didn't retire until the end of 2022. So I had, another two and a half years of, well, 3.5 years of casework to do.
Now, keep on, that was during the COVID pandemic, and I guess the work dropped down a little during that time. Am I correct or no?
The COVID pandemic didn't really affect us until 2020.
Okay.
Yes.
Fair enough.
I think the same time it affected other people, that March date. The lab didn't close, but that's when, society changed quite a bit.
You're already in your job wearing protective gear, so I assume that came to you as second nature to have to do that during the pandemic, right?
Cleaning, yes.
Okay. So if I could ask that you could call up on Exhibit R number 64, please. Could you zoom out a bit on that, please, so I have the whole document? So this is a page from your notes, correct?
That's correct.
If we look up in the upper right-hand corner, those are your initials and the date that you wrote this, correct?
Well, that's the date that I started this sheet. I added more information on 09 September of 2019, and then I added more information in February, which should have been, it says 19, but it should have been 2020.
Right. I'm only putting this up to show that this is the kind of material that you've put in your reports, correct?
That goes in my case jacket, not in my report.
Fair enough, but it's part of the case file that's kept with the department even after you retire. Correct?
That's correct.
And I know I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this, but there's some discussion about locations. There's a mention that the top thing talks about a missing person. Did the name of the person make a difference to you in your work?
No,
The fact that there were homes, garages, Range Rovers, et cetera, did that matter to your work?
it mattered that things were collected from different scenes.
Okay. And so, for example, it talks about a Suburban being found at a park is the next line. Below that, garbage from Hartford, There's a mention of a Tacoma Toyota and the name of an employee, or at least a mention of an employee of Mr. Dulos. Do you see all that?
Yes,
Are these things that were told to you by law enforcement?
yes, or it was information in some of the paperwork associated with the evidence.
Okay, so now I'm going to ask you to look at 145 within my exhibit. Now, this is a list of some messages that you received. And again, there's many in this jacket, isn't there, in the whole file?
Yes, because I had questions as I went and examined evidence.
So it does mention, for example, that you spoke directly with the detective Matthew Riley. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you documented all your communications with the law enforcement people, correct?
I would think I did. Now, if someone called me and said, "Where are you on this case?" and I just said, "Well, I'm still examining the evidence," I don't know if I would have documented that.
All right, but if it was important enough, maybe
Yes.
you were shared information or you provided information, you would document it, right?
Yes,
In fact, even if a defense lawyer like me were to call you, you would document that somewhere, right?
correct.
Now, there were a lot of items that were being submitted to you during the course of 2019 in this case, correct?
That's correct.
Were you under any kind of pressure to get it out faster than you would normally get it out in an average case?
Not faster, but that it should be your focus of your work. So if I in the lab, you always have case assignments. So the director of the laboratory designated this as a level 2, which means that if you're assigned this case, then you put your other casework aside and you focus on this case
So it was given a higher priority, I take it, than some of your other work.
by the director.
Well, I don't mean by the director, right?
Yes, the director of the laboratory.
Right. And the number of items that you had to examine was larger than your average amount of items that you examined, correct?
Yes, I would say this, it's not the only big case that I ever did, but this is one of the bigger ones, yes.
So I want to ask you to just explain some of the terms that were mentioned during your testimony on direct examination. You talked about touch DNA a few times, right? There are different kinds of examinations that you perform when you're sending something out to the DNA people after you've had the file. Is that correct?
After
item-
I've had-
After you've had the item that you're examining.
Yes, I'm not sure what you mean by after I've had it, or I'm collecting samples while I'm examining it.
But you're making some initial determination of whether it's going to be blood or touch evidence, correct?
Well, it depends on what I'm collecting, the reason I'm collecting that sample. Yes, so I touch or a reddish brown stain. Now, sometimes when I'm collecting touch, as I explained, example would be the zip ties, I did do some initial testing, which told me that there were some positive screening tests for blood, but because the thing itself was pretty well stained, I collected the whole thing and I just called it touch. But I also knew that within that sample, I had tested screening tests for blood.
All right, so let me ask you, I was going to get to that, but let's do it right now. The screening test is, as you said, it was either Kastle-Meyer or an OT test. I can't remember what that one was called. That's correct, right?
That's correct.
And a screening test by definition is simply that it's screening out certain materials so that it might be evidence of blood, correct?
Correct.
But as a scientist, if you weren't finished, I didn't want to interrupt you.
As we report it, it indicates the presence of blood.
Okay. And indicate means that it's something that you would then either test for further or assume it's blood and move on from there, correct?
No,
You wouldn't be able to come into a court and testify that after a KM test that the item you tested did in fact contain human blood, could you?
I couldn't say that. If the test was positive, I can't even say for sure that it's blood, let alone human blood. That would require a confirmatory test.
Okay, and as I understand the testimony, there were only 3 times of all these items that you examined where you did a confirmatory test, correct?
That's correct.
Was that because there was I don't know, a money shortage or a time shortage? Is there a reason why you didn't do any other confirmatory tests?
Because I didn't want to consume any of the sample for that test, given that the fact that I was forwarding them to DNA and I knew the information that they could possibly get from DNA would be a lot more individualizing.
So as I understand your answer, if you tested with a confirmation test, so you would be able to say, yes, that was human blood using the either the I think it's the RSID or the hematrace test.
The hematrace, you can say it indicates the presence of human blood. With the RSID test, you can say human blood is identified.
All right, and then you would have been able to say, yes, I found a particular stain was human blood, right? If it was tested positive using the RSID test, correct?
That's correct. Then I could confirm, that's why it's called a confirmatory test, that it's human blood.
If you had tested more of these samples, was it a concern that you might actually consume the entire sample by testing it, and then there would be nothing to send on to DNA?
My concern was that if I consumed some of it to do these tests, that I might be in some way having a negative effect on the possible DNA results.
Okay. Well, let me ask. I'm not sure I understand that answer, so let me see if I understand it. By having a negative effect, it means it makes the sample even smaller, which would make it more difficult for them to obtain a profile. Is that at least part of your
Yes.
concern?
They may be able to get a profile, but you don't know if it's a single source or a mixture. So maybe the interpretation would be affected by sending them less sample.
All right, and even back in the day when you worked in DNA, you had to do something called electrophoresis to kind of sort of tease out a DNA sample, correct? Isn't that something that even back when you were in the lab, in the DNA lab, you had to do?
Well, there's a lot of steps before that,
Of course.
and there's a lot of steps after that, but that's the part that the instrumentation works on to separate the amplified fragments of DNA.
All right, and again, I'm trying to make this simpler for everybody, but what you're saying is if there are possibly multiple sources mixed in a sample, whether it's skin or any other substance, it's harder to tell the difference if there's a smaller sample. Isn't that
No, that's not, I'm saying individuals, a mixture as in individuals, not a mixture as in where the DNA is coming from.
Oh, no, I didn't mean that. I meant mixture of how many people and who they are.
Yes, but you just said blood or skin or something.
Well, isn't it the same, whatever they're testing in the DNA, unless it's hair, they do it the same way?
Then I don't understand what you were talking about.
All right, maybe
When-
I don't either, so I'll move on. Okay,
Well,
since,
I could say what I was trying to say, which
Okay.
was, if you have a mixture of people in a sample, which I don't know when I'm collecting or passing on a swab,
sure.
if I use some of that for a test, which in my opinion gives less information than a DNA testing does, and I've diminished the amount that's going forward or reduced it, and that may affect the interpretation of a DNA profile that's a mixture of multiple people or just 2 people, then that is the reason why I'm not doing a test that would say, yes, it's human blood, or it indicates the presence of human blood.
And just so I can move on from that. So what are you saying that by testing it for a confirmatory test, you're diminishing the amount of whatever the item is, which makes it more difficult to make the determination of the number or the individuals in DNA. Is that a fair way to put it?
I'm saying that I don't know if it will, but I don't want to reduce the amount that's going forward because I don't know what that result is down the line. So a lot of these swabs, I just going by the color of them, grayish, brownish, reddish brown. So I'm going to forward them where they will get the most information out of those swabs.
Right. Let me ask you then some questions about the procedure. So you have something that you used used at the time called a blood and touch evidence examination worksheet for each of the items, correct? That you tested.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to we're not going to go into the 100 or whatever number we just went through, but I'm going to go through a few of them and maybe you can explain the form to me as we go through it. Could you please pull up document 54, please? Do you see this document in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Is this your handwriting?
Yes, it is.
So this is it begins with the laboratory case up at the top, am I right?
Yes.
There is there is some language, I'm not going to ask you about everything on this page, but this is a form that was developed by the Department of Emergency Services and Public Protection, Division of Scientific Services, correct?
Correct.
That was the department you worked for at the time, right?
Correct. This was developed by the forensic biologist.
Someone before.
The
Wow.
supervisors in the forensic biologist unit developed this form.
And everyone who works in that division has to fill out this form when they're working on an item that's been given to them, correct?
Well, we have a lot of forms, depends on the situation.
Do you
Some
have
people-
to use this form if you're examining an item for either blood or skin cells or something along those lines?
Yes,
Okay.
this is the form that I would use.
All right, so if you look, your initials CMR are up in the right-hand corner there, that's correct?
That's correct.
And then there is right below your initials, there's a number 502I on this one. You see that?
Correct.
That was the number assigned by the state police to this particular item, correct?
That's correct.
Now, there's also under submission, there is a description. In this case, it says 53-bag with one standard white towel with blood-like stains, and you have that in quotations. Do you see that?
Yes.
It ends in quotations. I want to be clear. You did not give this description to this item, did you?
No,
This is the title that was given to this item by whichever investigative agency gathered it and submitted it to you, correct?
that's correct.
In order for you to remain consistent, you use their terminology, correct?
Yes, that's why it's in quotes.
Whether it's accurate or not, you just use their terminology, right?
That's correct.
So, for example, if they said that it was a ketchup-like stain, you would have written that, right?
Yes,
Okay. There's some discussion here and the contents, this is below where it says this is your description of what you observe when you open up the package. Is that fair to say?
yes,
And then I'm going to just ask you now about the chart that we see here. So there is on the left a little number sign and then the number 53. You see that?
yes,
Now 53, if we went through the stipulation, would be the number that the laboratory assigned to at least this sample from 502I. Is that a fair statement?
yes, that's true.
And then you talk about where something was either swabbed or examined, right? That's in this next column over.
The next column over shows collection location, so that would be the where.
Where? Okay. Now, what about the swabbing quantity? What does that mean?
That means if I, let's see. If I had swabbed that stain, then I would have put the number. if I was collecting for touch or something, so I was creating the swabs, that swab number would go under swabbing quantity.
All right. And if it says R/B, what does that mean?
Reddish brown,
Reddish brown. Okay. So these are your terminology, correct, on this?
that's right.
And the bottom ones, for example, says pinkish. You observed something that looked pink or pinkish, right?
Correct.
And you indicated the collection location is, you've described that, so I'm not going to go into it here, but where on an item you either examined or took a swab or cut a piece, whatever you did, this is where it would be, correct?
Correct.
Now, let me ask you about the next column. It has KM/OT. You see that?
Correct.
We're talking about right here. This is where you did the screening test, right?
Correct.
And as you indicated, you did some of these KM tests yourself.
Yes,
Some of them were done by the police but you would put that in quotes on the document, KM plus or KM minus, right?
correct.
If you did it, the purpose here is, again, it's just to a screening test to determine whether it needs some further exam, correct?
Correct.
If it is like, if we look in the third one down, for example,
Yes.
this one, right? In that column, in that column, it says NT, you see that?
Correct.
And NC, and they're both circled.
Right.
NT means not tested, correct?
Correct.
And what does NC mean?
Not collected.
So whatever that was observed in that one, nope, you did not collect it. You left it on the towel, or in this case, whatever this, yeah, on the towel itself, right?
That's correct.
And then there are other words, I just want it to be clear for the jury. If it says in that box, there's a POS, that would mean positive, correct?
Yes,
INC would be inconclusive,
correct.
and NEG would mean, I think, negative, right?
Correct.
And then down at below in the same box, there's an NA, that means not applicable.
That's correct.
And it would be not applicable if it was the kind of thing you couldn't collect off of whatever the item was. Is that a fair way to look at that term?
No, that would be for something that I collected for, say, touch and not applicable.
Oh, meaning, maybe you could explain that. If you were going to collect it for touch, we use terms like touch DNA. We're really talking about skin cells when you use that term, right?
Well, we're talking about any biological material that might be deposited there. Yes, when you touch somebody, something, you leave epithelial skin cells behind. So yes, that is one source of the biological material that's there.
Sure. And when you say some, you started to say somebody, it can also be transferred by touching a person too, right?
Yes,
Or a
if
thing.
somebody rubbed my shoulder here, then it may be possible to detect their DNA if I swab that.
Sure, but we're just using the word touch as a shorthand for transfer of the epidural cells, right?
Yes, or I like to use the general term biological material.
Fair enough. And you did indicate that KM does test positive for other, not just, you said human, animal blood, but for other kinds of even plants. Isn't that right?
Plant peroxidases will give a positive result. So because the heme and hemoglobin has a peroxidase-like activity, so therefore, like plant peroxidases would also give a positive result.
Okay, so let's go then over to the next column. This is the column where it would have indicated if you actually did a confirmatory test, right?
That's correct.
And if you did the confirmatory test, then you'd be able to say, if it in fact was human blood, you would check the box positive, right? The POS.
That's correct.
Or it would be negative. The choices were positive, negative, inconclusive, correct?
Correct.
And below that, it's IFT and NFT. The IFT stands for insufficient for testing, correct?
Correct.
And the NFT stands for what?
No further testing. That
Which-
means by me, not that it couldn't go on to DNA.
Of course, but we're talking about your work, not
Yes,
someone else's.
Yes, but I wanted to make that clear.
Of course. So I wanted to make it clear for the jury, you did no further testing on the
Yes.
items, and I'm just using a few of these as examples, right?
Yes,
And then if it was going to go on to DNA, there's a disposition, this box here, right?
yes.
And there's 2 columns. It's then given, you start with the 53 that's over on this side, right?
Correct.
And then you add sample 1, sample 2. That's what the S stands for in each of these, right?
It really stands for the S that was given to forensic biology, serology, but it's just like other sections might have a G or a T or something. But for forensic biology, we're using the S. So anybody who sees 53S1 knows that the described the trace materials.
That you observed.
Yes,
And again, do you use, is it just your regular eyesight, or do you use sometimes a magnifying glass or any kind of screen to enlarge something?
it's just my regular eyesight.
All right. And then occasionally, and I'm not even going to ask you this, there's occasionally you'll add notes at the bottom of something else that you did maybe at a later date, correct?
Yes,
Okay. So I'm going to then turn to the next, number 55, please. That's the next page 2 of 2, right? So I'm not going to go through it. This is still the same towel that we're talking about, right?
that's correct.
And it still says 53 up the top, correct?
Correct.
And 53 down the side here.
Yes,
And these would be additional places that you did an examination on that particular item, right?
yes, or observations.
Or observations that you made, correct?
Yes.
Am I right?
Yes,
So for example, the last one down here, right? It doesn't show any kind of swabbing or anything collected, but you made a note in 1, 2, 3, in the 4th box down here, correct?
correct.
And you indicated here, no touch type sample was collected due to overall skin
No, overall
stains and staining.
stains and staining, yes,
Alright.
that's correct.
And that means that based on what you found, you just assume whatever that stain is, you've already sent it over or recommended it go to the DNA section, correct?
No,
All right. So why would you make that notation there?
because there's so much reddish brown stains and staining that to go around and try to avoid all those stains to collect a touch type stain is not possible.
Okay. So let's go to page 6, number 686, please. Now this had 3 separate numbers that were on one worksheet, correct?
Correct.
And were you aware that although this is shorthand, it says unstained area of steering wheel, blood-like staining of steering wheel, and 136 was interior side of left front door. You see that, right?
Yes, I can see the descriptions.
All right. And again, I'm only going to ask you about the one, this is the same form, different data that was entered, correct?
No, this is a swab only multiple submission worksheet.
And this is based on the fact that someone else submitted swabs to you and you were examining those swabs that were presented to you, right?
That's correct.
And the swabs come to you in a tube with a large Q-tip, like a COVID test type thing.
They come in various ways. They come in what we call a swab carton, which is they're inside the submission packaging, or we call it a swab sleeve, which is like a paper sleeve, or very rarely they come in loose in the packaging, And sometimes they have, there's these kits that form a cardboard box around the swabs. And so they're drying inside this cardboard box. So those are the various ways that we get swabs inside the outer packaging.
So when you look at the individual, I'm only going to refer to the middle. Did I just change?
You changed the
The image
page.
get changed?
You did change the page.
Oh, I must have pressed, can you put it on 86, please? That's better. Okay. So on 135 is the one in the middle. You see that here, right?
Yes,
It's described as a number 135, blood-like staining of steering wheel. Do you see that?
yes, I do.
Now, without going back to my sheet, do you recall that this was, and from your notes, that this was a swab taken from the steering wheel of a 2017 Chevy Suburban in New Canaan, Connecticut?
I would have to look at my notes because there were swabs from so many different locations.
I'm well aware, so.
I could look at here. So that's 135.
Yes.
From the packaging, it says it was collected from the Chevrolet Suburban. Yes.
Right, but just, since there's more than one in this case, do you should say where it was collected?
On the request, I think there was more information. Let's see. Belonging to victim,
Okay.
yes.
So if the alleged victim, right, that's who, someone else described it as victim, but we're talking about alleged.
I'm reading
Well,
the
before we
information on
proceed-
the request for,
The witness is reading from the document in front of her.
Okay,
She's not subject to the agreements between you and counsel for the
Okay.
state.
fair enough. You're reading from a document that someone else prepared, right?
correct.
Okay, so I want to be clear, even though the title of this item, blood-like staining of steering wheel, you tested this using a screening OT for blood, did you not?
That's correct.
And your response, what was the finding using the screening?
It was negative.
So again, the fact that someone else calls it blood-like staining does not mean that there's blood once you actually even do a screening test, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And just if you go quickly to go to page 87. Again, this is also various, and I'm not going to go through each thing on this, but this is another page of your worksheet where these were swabs collected by others, correct?
Correct.
And submitted to you for review. Is that right?
For processing, yes.
For processing. So we have 137, 138, and 139, correct?
Correct.
And 137 was identified to you as a left front seat adjustment control, correct?
Yes.
And you did a reagent test or a screening test for blood on this swab, correct?
No,
Can you tell us why it's NA?
because it's not applicable because it's a touch sample.
Okay. And then rear view mirror, again, it was for a touch sample, not a screening test for blood, right?
Yes, I didn't do the test because it was a touch sample.
And the cargo area rear seat controls, again, you did a screen for touch, is that right?
No, we don't have a screening test for touch.
Oh, so you just create the sample to pass on to DNA? Is that what you do?
there is nothing that would, I'm not sure I understand your question, because these are all NAs. These 3 submissions are touch, and we don't have a test for touch in forensic biology. The test would be to go on to DNA to see what DNA, if any, is on those swabs.
So you don't even do a test to see if there's anything organic on the swabs?
That's correct.
Oh, so you just, when it says, for example, over on the right there, 139S1, 138S1, and 137S1, you just pass these along after looking at them. Is that a fair statement?
Right, I have to cut the swabs off, put them in a tube, properly labeled. Then I have to itemize the swabs in our limb system, which is how we track our evidence. And then the tubes are then put into a plastic Ziploc type bag and heat sealed and initialed. And then I create a transfer sheet, which lists all the items that I'm sending over. And that is the information that will be eventually passed along to the DNA analyst.
Fair enough. I'm going to ask then that you look at 164. You were asked questions specifically about this item 97, which was identified as license plate and screws, or it says plate and screws, but you recall this was one of the license plates that you were shown and asked about, correct?
Yes,
It says the word touch is written on some of these. Sometimes it's not written, sometimes it is. Does that mean that you looked at it solely for purposes of touch and did not consider whether to look for any kind of presumptive screening test for blood, right?
yes, as you see there on the 4th row down, no blood-like stains noted on screws and washers. So therefore, all I was doing was collecting touch samples from the license plate and the screws.
And you did observe on 97-1 that there was rust-like deposits noted, correct?
Noted, right,
Okay. And again, we go over to the right side to DNA and you assign it an S number, correct?
correct.
Okay. Now, if you would turn to image 177, you were shown this for a little bit, and I'm going to ask you about this document. All right?
Okay.
You recall, now it's
Can I pull out my, look at my
absolutely,
worksheets?
absolutely.
Okay,
If this was noted, and there's a little square over on the side there, is this your handwriting right there?
you mean the paper that's
Yeah,
on
the
the
little with the
ruler?
number on it.
Yes,
So even though it's on the side, that indicates that this would be item 99, correct?
correct,
And then the image, as I understand it, when you were shown it, these are the various places where you took swabs.
correct.
And so we would go back to a worksheet similar to what I showed you earlier on, correct?
Correct.
So if we can then go to 174, this includes, and it's going to be more than one page, there were a number, it's 174 and 175, just if you could just show the witness 175, please. So these 2 pages actually set forth what happened with each one of those swabs that you examined that are located in the photograph that we just looked at document 177, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And I just want to be clear if you go back to 174 for a minute. The first 4 of those swabs were negative for the screening test, correct?
That's correct.
The 5th and the 6th ones that are down here at the bottom, you said were positive, but there's some notes. Could you just explain what the notes say? Because it's hard to read, please.
Okay. So it says positive, and then it has a little week times 4, which means I swabbed the area with 4 swabs, and I took a few fibers off of the 4 swabs, combined them, and got a week positive OTOL result. And I did that, so they were collected on 9/10, and I tested the now dry swabs on 9/11.
And these were also passed on to DNA, correct?
Yes,
The same thing for the final one on this page, same thing? Weak, is that what the W stands for? It's
yes, weak, and I just tested a few fibers from one swab.
If you go to the next page, the top one talks about a panel handle area. Do you see that? The top one?
Yes,
That was the location, and that we could go back and look at the image, but this would be S7, right?
correct,
We could tell that because over here at the end, that's where the 7 is.
correct,
So we look at that picture, we could look at this, we know which area, correct?
correct.
And there's both a positive and an NT in the same box. Do you see that on this
Correct.
right here?
Yeah.
Could you explain how it has both in the same box?
Because you can see positive 1X, so that means I just tested a small portion, just a few stain fibers from one swab, and then I didn't test any of the second swab.
Well, what does NT1X mean? You
The
only,
1X means the other swab. Because there's two swabs, so one swab got tested and one swab didn't.
and then you made a comment in the next column over for that one and the next couple down. You said insufficient for testing. Do you see that?
Right,
Did you try to test for blood
no,
using a confirmatory test?
no,
It was insufficient because it was too small a sample?
because, yes, there wasn't not enough sample, and I had to switch to OTOL, which is the more sensitive test, and so insufficient is what I believe was the correct interpretation of what I collected.
Okay. Again, none of these items were subjected then on 99 to confirmatory testing to determine if in fact it was human blood or even blood.
That's
Right.
correct.
Okay. Let's go now to that. You were showing some pictures of a doorknob. Is that correct?
Yes.
I'm going to try and move faster here. If you could just put up document 366, please. This is just to refresh everyone's memory. This is a doorknob that was provided to you. It's not attached to a door, correct?
Yes,
It was a doorknob with a plate and screws that was provided to you, correct?
these pictures are the knob without the screws. At the top, it says without screws.
Oh, I just missed that. Okay, but if we look at, I was more interested in down along the right-hand column over here.
Yes,
It says, would you just explain what it says?
so, this photograph I took while the evidence was in the LP unit. When I got the evidence back on a later date, on 06/01/19, I tested that area with O-tolidine, and it was positive, and it was a reddish brown staining with ridge-like detail. I don't call things that may look like a latent print or a patent print a print, because I'm not a latent print examiner, so I describe them as ridge-like detail.
Okay.
So that's what that is on the side there.
And since you're not in the part, you know, someone else did an examination and made some determination about what that ridge-like detail was, right?
The latent print examiner.
Yes. Okay. And you, again, here, it says here that you did a OT plus, correct?
Yes,
That's right?
correct.
And if you go to 365 now, this would be the worksheet of the results of your examination of that doorknob without the screws, correct?
Well, that also is the other doorknob also, the one with the screws. So 44-1 is the two knobs and the plate, so it's the whole submission.
Okay. In any event, the there were no confirmatory tests done for human blood on any of the samples, either the front of the knob, the back of the knob, the plate, or the screws, correct?
Well, I only had one sample that was reddish brown.
Yeah.
And I did the OTAL testing on that one sample, which was positive, the one we just discussed, and it was insufficient for further testing. So the answer to that one sample that I took that was reddish brown and I did the screening test on is it was insufficient for further testing for the confirmatory test for human blood.
So you were unable to confirm that it was blood, right?
Yes, that's true. I didn't even do the test.
Because of how little it was?
Yes, how little it was.
Okay, and the next items, NT again means not tested, correct?
Correct.
And then the next three, NA means, again, not applicable to the particular item because they were touch.
Yes, it was ridge-like detail touch.
Okay. Could you go to 386, please? Do you remember examining an item that was identified as a metal scraper with broken blade?
Yes, I remember.
Okay, and you were shown this picture earlier today?
Yes,
You would go now to 385. This is the examination worksheet that you did on that item, the metal scraper, correct?
yes,
And I believe it indicated, would you note what you said about it in the second box down?
no blood-like stains noted on blade or tool or blade holder.
Now, if you look up at the top, you actually noted it looked like a rust-like appearance. Isn't that true if you look at the description?
Yes,
So you didn't see anything that you considered to be a blood-like stain, right?
that's correct.
Just out of curiosity, the word tool, is that, you're just describing that this is a tool? Is that what you mean
Well,
by that?
I divided this item submission up into two different areas. The part that holds the blade, razor blade, that kind of goldish part. So I call that the blade holder and the blade. And then the rest of this tool, I call the tool, to just distinguish those two areas. The part that maybe someone held a little more, and maybe this part, you don't know what that area was used for. So just to collect the samples from two different areas.
And that's why I called it tool.
Yes, to just distinguish the major part of the glass scraper, and then the end, which holds the blade and the partial blade that's sitting in it.
All right, so can we go to 394, please? This is 41-3 that was described as a garbage bag. And I'm just going to ask you, if you look at this worksheet, there were 4 entries on this worksheet, correct?
Yes,
You did not test any of these even for a screening test of blood, correct? On this, I'll show you another page, but I'm saying on these samples, correct?
let's see. Can I have a moment?
Sure.
No, I did not.
Okay, now can I have 395? This is listed as a panty liner. Do you see this?
Yes,
You did if you look at the first item, you did do a screening test using KM, Castlemeyer, correct?
correct.
But you noted that it was insufficient for further testing, right?
That's correct.
And then sent it on to DNA, right?
Yes,
And the other samples from the absorbent side and from the other side, et cetera, as you go down this list, you did not do any other testing, correct?
there was a small reddish brown, brownish stain, which I did not test.
Okay.
And then There was some pinkish stains, which I didn't test. And then on the absorbent side, there was also brownish faint stains, which I didn't test.
All right, so your answer is you didn't test any of the other items, right?
Other stains, yes.
Other stains. Okay, now let's turn to 408, please. There's been some extensive testimony about these, this garbage bag with the knot in the middle, correct?
Yes, I see that.
So
sorry,
you
what
had characterized this, or you made it part of 41-3 because that's where the previous item came out of, the panty liner, right?
No, the panty liner was 41-3-1.
Okay.
So the panty liner came out of the garbage bag.
Oh, okay. So 41-3 was the garbage bag that the panty liner came out of, correct?
Correct.
So if we can now go to 461, please. Again, this is one of these blood and touch worksheets that we've gone over a bunch of times.
Correct.
This is the, this is now a zip tie exam that you did, correct?
Correct.
And for this one, you tested, again, you did the Kasselmeyer screening test, right?
Correct.
Says you did.
Yes.
But it's also, you circled NC in the same box, is that correct?
Yes, and then I wrote next to it, at this time.
Okay, which means at that time, you didn't test it a second time, right?
No, that means that I didn't collect it at that time.
Oh, okay. And then you checked in the next box, no further testing, is that right?
That's correct. And if you look below, the third row, 52-1, which is after they'd come back from latent prints, I swabbed the entire surface, including that reddish brown stain, where I have a note, see above.
So let's look at that for a second. You brought this up. You didn't check any of the boxes there, is that right?
Because I said see above.
Which means there was no difference from what you did before, right?
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Well, which above are we referring to that you brought up on June 18th, 2019?
The first row where I did some testing, it was positive. I tested 2 areas of reddish brown staining and I didn't collect them because it was going to go to latent prints. And well, that's actually the reason was that there was so much reddish brown staining on that item that I wanted to swab the entire surface to collect the reddish brown stains and touch after latent prints.
All right, there's other items. I'm going to skip a couple of them. I'll just put them up on the screen so the jury can see. There's a similar report, 462, that's in here for the zip ties, 52-2. The form is the same, so people can understand the terms that are in here the same as the other pages, correct?
Yes, they're the same form.
Okay, and then we'll go to 463. There is reference here to a, fiber-like item. Do you see that at the top?
Correct.
Is that what you were testifying before, that you don't know if it was hair or something else, but it was fiber-like? You gave it a biology number and it was sent on?
Yes, it was retained.
Okay. 464, please. Again, this is all from those garbage bags that are 52. You did the same thing with these items here, the same form?
No, this is not from a garbage bag. This was a separate submission, 52 with 4 zip ties in it.
So is this from this is from the same zip ties, correct?
I'm sorry, you said it was from the garbage bag.
I misspoke. That's from the zip ties, correct?
This worksheet is 52-4, which is a zip tie.
And the previous page was also from the zip ties, correct?
Yes, 52-3.
All right. Can we go to 485, please? This is 88-1, correct? Yes.
Your Honor, I do have about maybe 10 more minutes. I'm wondering if this is a good place to stop for the day.
It
I'm
is,
losing my voice.
it is. We are going to have Ms. Roy back again tomorrow morning, correct?
May we approach, Judge?
Yes. In the session tomorrow at 10 o'clock. As usual, please avoid any media coverage and please do not discuss these matters with anyone at any time. Thank you for your patience, and we plan to see you tomorrow at 10 o'clock.
All rise. This honorable Superior Court now stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. Please exit the courtroom.